Yeah, it was unfortunate. I think they had some missed opportunities. I don't know why Lattimore doesn't dive on the football.
Hold on. The number one positive.
Marshawn Lattimore?
Marshawn Lattimore.
Except he didn't dive on the fumble.
I know.
I don't know what he's doing there.
He tried to pick it up.
To me, the number one positive.
That was dumb. But at least I thought he played really well.
I mean, if we're gleaning positives, that the first half was kind of like Bill Callahan was coaching the team again. Yeah. That first half went by with the quickness. Yeah. There was just so much running the ball.
I think the positive is the first half they gave him a chance, but it's also when they lost the game, right? Because they didn't obviously didn't capitalize on it. They had 3 times where they could have gone down and scored touchdowns. Now you have a real game. Second half is just where you got embarrassed.
They couldn't finish drives.
Yeah,
I thought the first half went slow.
Oh, it went fast.
I thought it was slow.
Maybe the second quarter.
Oh, the second quarter went
slow. But the first quarter was.
It was like an hour. We were at halftime.
That's because they had a long first drive. But to EB's point, and the reason why I say there are positives is I think you can build off this offensively. They did not finish drives, but they were moving the ball. Yeah. You look at that first drive, they're just moving the ball, and people were wondering about the Chiefs' defense being so dominant, only allowing 3 first downs the week before. Washington was moving the ball pretty easily, and then Mariota throws a perfect wide receiver screen to Debo, and he just fumbles it.
That's a fumble.
Should be a fumble. Counts as an interception.
Yep.
And it kind of happened over and over again where they would move the ball, then they would decide to go for it on 4th down. And unlike last year where they converted every 4th down, they weren't able to convert 4th downs. Ertz finishes just short on 1. Mm-hmm. That reminded me of the Steelers game last year where it comes down to a mark.
Man, he looked like he was that was a first down, but I know they do. They got the chips in the ball and everything. He was 5 inches short. I would agree. I thought the first quarter, they certainly moved the ball. They just couldn't capitalize because Debo fumbled it. Now they got the ball back because Lattimore got the picks, but they were going down.
Your computer's audio's on, I think, Jason, possibly. Somebody's audio's on their computer, I think.
Hopefully it's not mine. All right, mine's muted.
Maybe JP.
Mine's muted.
Or there's a monitor in here.
You're getting an echo in your headphones?
FYI.
By the way, there's no chips in the ball for the spot.
Yeah, there's not.
Right. The spot has nothing to do.
It's still a crappy spot.
Whatever they use.
No, still humans. That was the humans.
The spot is human.
Yeah.
But the measurement itself is based off of technology.
Right.
Yeah.
The virtual spot is just.
Joke. I'll say it's a joke.
They're eliminating.
It
the
looked
chain
like
gang.
a first down.
It's a joke. Yeah. The echo is tilting. Someone should come in here and listen.
Where is it exactly coming from?
I think it's coming from a monitor.
I'm not sure.
Hold on.
Computer.
I don't even think my volume in my 1946 model works, but hold on. Let me see.
Yeah. We got a million things going on in here.
I never want you to get rid of that
Just look at the settings.
It's not my...
Don't you have a little microphone there? Where you
but the button doesn't work. The light doesn't work, so I don't know if it's on or off. But
Can you hear the echo?
I know, but can't you use your mouse to find the microphone setting?
There's something else going on. I don't know what it is, and it's almost impossible to function. But let me just say this again. There were some positives in the sense that I thought they were flying around. They played hard. There's no question about it. They were competitive in the first half, but
had a couple turnovers.
But that's where they lost it. Also,
we've been waiting for them to have turnovers on defense. They had 2 interceptions.
I just find it hard to glean a lot of positives out of just. Well, I mean,
you could just poop on them.
You don't think they played better?
They did play. They did play a little bit better, but it's
hard
at the end of the day, they got embarrassed. There's no doubt they got embarrassed.
But there's context. They played better than they had.
They scored double digits
in the
first half.
What
are we talking about here?
Look, it was a 7-7 game. They were moving the ball in the first half.
Right.
Second half was awful.
The Chiefs woke up in the second half. The Chiefs were like they were kind of playing with their food in the first half, and maybe some of that was Commanders led. But then the Chiefs were like, okay, we're going to put this team away, and they decided to do it, and they strung together 3 long drives, and they buried the Commanders.
That's why on those turnovers that they created, and they actually created some turnovers.
They did.
You got to capitalize and
get
some points.
Of course, that's why I say they actually lost the game in the first half.
Yeah, right.
And the second half was just kind of embarrassment. And the Chiefs were a better team, no question about it.
They're better, yeah.
We picked the Chiefs 6 months ago when the schedule came out.
Yeah.
But it is frustrating because there were opportunities where they could have made that game competitive. And
Washington had...
It wasn't a sense but in the score, but you just knew you had to score every time because they're too good.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes not going to throw an interception every time.
Right.
He's too good.
You can't play zone against them. They kept talking about it on the broadcast. he's just going to pick apart the zone.
And
he makes a lot of plays.
Unless you're getting to him.
Off platform at the last second.
They were still only basically rushing 4. Every once in a while they'd rush Wagner too, it seemed like.
Yeah.
But I did see more Jordan McGee. I did see more Tyler Owens.
Well, they changed the starting lineup too on defense. Luvu started at defensive end.
Yeah, they switched that around, which they needed to. So there were some subtle changes.
I also saw Bobby Wagner trying to cover Rashee Rice toward the end of the game.
Yeah, the Bobby Wagner thing, we just have to move on from
What are we doing?
Well, then he also blew coverage on the Kareem Hunt deal where he just stopped and then he
was dreadful in coverage. He's dreadful.
Yeah, he's a run stopper. That's what he does.
Yeah, and he's a heart and soul guy, and you love him, but he's a huge liability on defense.
Right.
But at the end of the day, this season's shot. It's a code red this week, and it's okay. Life goes on. I got great kids.
Well, more injuries.
You got great kids.
More injuries.
Oh, injuries to huge names too, like Tunsil.
Yeah.
Kinlaw got banged up. Terry goes out again.
Terry left the game.
Yeah.
Debo's just not the same. I know he played. I know he's trying to get through it.
Yeah.
He's not 100% because he just doesn't look like he has a burst. He's not focusing on the ball. The ball's right on him.
I know.
And he lets it go through and bounce off his helmet.
I was very disappointed.
It leads to a turnover.
I was very disappointed in Deeps.
He just needs
but look, they were throwing
to get healthy or play better or both.
He definitely has to play better. I don't think he's going to be healthy the entire year. A heel is going to.
That's a big problem.
Unless he gets healthy during a bye week and he's got 2 weeks off. But look, they were going to him early. He caught 3 balls in the first quarter.
I like Jeremy McNichols, but he should not lead the team in receiving.
Yeah, but he's a stud.
I like him a lot. I like his skill set.
I'm never taking a shot at him.
You should lean.
He makes big plays.
I'm not taking a shot at him. I'm just saying that the way your offense works, he shouldn't be leading your team in receiving.
Somebody has to step up. And
they didn't finish, but I'm going to stand by it. I watched that game. I thought they looked much better than they did in the Dallas game.
Totally.
They looked way better.
They did.
Both defensively and on offense. Even though they only scored 7 points, they were moving the ball. And unfortunately, they had, I think, some bad breaks, whether it was a bad spot at times or Deebo Samuel botches it. That looked like a better performance. And I know in the end you lose by 20 points than the Dallas Cowboys game. Totally. The Cowboys game,
still bad.
You looked at that defense.
It may have been a slight step up from the Cowboys game, but it wasn't much better.
But JP, they ran for 60 yards.
Yeah, they got outgained 148,
they also kind of
60 on the
running.
ground.
Yeah, but they didn't do much besides Mariota running the ball in the first half.
Bill had 9 carries for 25 yards.
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
You're not going to win a game on the road against an opponent like that.
Now, they were doing a good job in those first couple drives and mixing and matching.
Right.
And
I just would have liked to have seen that game play out. You're not going to score 100% of the time, but let's just humor me if they had scored on their first drive without the Samuel thing, and then capitalized and scored touchdowns on the 2 turnovers. Obviously, that's 21 points.
Could have been a different game.
And Kansas City could have scored 50 for all I know. Who knows? But I would have liked to have seen that game play out that way.
I would agree that they definitely looked better. They looked faster defensively.
They were more aggressive.
They were more aggressive. But overall, unless you're going to score points, the Chiefs, you're not going to hold the Chiefs to 10 points.
No, you knew it at halftime when they were held to 7 that you knew the tsunami was coming in.
Right?
Could you withstand it?
Well, I tweeted it at the
defense
time.
Couldn't.
After the second turnover, when they didn't score, you're like, you can't win if you don't capitalize on the turnovers.
Right.
It's only a matter of time. You're just like holding back a freight train.
Yeah.
And you can only do that for so long. So look, props to them. They're moving. They can win a Super Bowl.
They're going in the right direction.
We're kind of spiraling in the toilet here. It is what it is. I don't care what anybody says. Injuries are a factor. Now you lose Tunsil. Terry hurt again. All the injuries we talked about. Jaden, golly knows when he comes back. Injuries have definitely been a factor, and they just haven't been as good.
Well, the Seattle game is a must-win.
Oh, it's code red.
Absolutely.
It's a code red. It's a must-win.
They're 8% right now to make the playoffs.
Jaden's got to play.
8%.
I don't know if you're going to have Tunsil or Kinlaw or Terry. Who knows? But Jaden has to play and will play.
I just can't think of more guys they could lose. Who else?
I don't know.
Everyone's hurt.
It's one of those years, man.
One of those years.
Hey, my top positive, Ben Sinnott had a
22-yarder.
Look at that.
The only thing I've been a Sinnott defender. He sure looks slow.
He did not look fast.
He sure looks
He's faster than Zach Ertz, but that's not saying a lot.
I don't know that he's faster than Travis Kelce, and Travis Kelce's not fast.
Well, not at this point in his career.
Yeah.
I know who's better.
I'll say
Travis Kelce.
I mean, even though Terry didn't put up a ton of yards, he scored, but he looked like the old Terry with those diving catches.
He was impactful, but you can't stay healthy.
You can't stay healthy. I mean,
it's just a lost season. It's fine. It's swirling in the toilet bowl right now, but whatever. Yeah. Like I say, you got great kids. You got great kids. I got great kids. It's not that important.
Focus on just the kid.
Focus on life.
Focus on your offspring.
Yeah, working on my golf swing. Everything's fine.
But what if no one has great kids?
Yeah.
What do you tell them?
Then they got nothing to fall back on.
I'm sure you have great parents, great family.
Then take up a
hobby. Things that are important. Yeah.
Take up some sort of hobby.
You probably have a dog. Probably a nice dog.
All right, we have a lot to get to on a Terrible Tuesday. John Keim from ESPN.com. He'll join us coming up at 7. And Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. He joins the show coming up at 9 o'clock here on the Junks.
All right, guys. You know about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. Had some last night. One of my guilty pleasures during football season always is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching football. And now Daisy's come out with their delicious Daisy French onion dip and their Daisy Ranch dip, and they're absolute game changers. I like the French onion dip with chips. I like the Daisy Ranch dip with wings. They're as delicious as a homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do me a favor, next time you get to the grocery store, take your cart over to the dip section, grab some Daisy French onion dip, and some Daisy Ranch dip. I promise you're going to love it.
Welcome back to a Terrible Tuesday on the Fan, brought to you by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. So a common thread during, I guess, late to mid of last night's game was EB's Twitter. There's a lot of the refs are cheating us for getting jobbed by the refs. Mm-hmm. Here's one of the tweets from @EB Junkies. That's a all caps touchdown. Mm-hmm. Touchdowns in all caps. Yeah, and there's a few spaces. And then in all caps, stop cheating, all caps. And there looked to be about 20 exclamation points after stop cheating.
They did call it a touchdown, though, ultimately.
Correct. I said that before they changed it.
Yeah. I mean, most people thought that.
Listen, I'm not a refs are cheating guy. I'm not. But that game was just obvious that they were getting just jobbed on all these calls. So I went with it. It was a good shtick. I know that it plays well. And it was just what it was. I thought it was incredibly one-sided. I thought the spots were terrible. I just thought it was just shoddy.
Kansas City actually had 9 penalties.
Here's more evidence.
Washington's
more
5,
evidence.
I think.
It's hard to play 11 versus 27 when you count all the damn refs on Casey's side.
Right. Somebody pointed out they're like 6 refs.
He's just in his emotions.
He's in his feels. I understand.
I also know it's calculated. I know what I'm doing. I'm playing to the base here.
Well, hold on. Kansas City had 9 penalties. Washington had 3.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm not saying they didn't. Listen,
he's talking about the overturned calls.
I'm talking about
that initially
calls, spotting.
You had a couple
that's
of
why
plays.
They have review.
Both McLaurin, touchdown catch,
but we
and the
shouldn't have
catch
to
down
go
the
over
sideline.
Those were dicey. I mean, you have to
agree.
review those.
Okay,
I know, but they erred on the side of KC. Is
There's
what
always
EB's coming
area
from.
on their side.
If that was worthy, they would have probably called him out and reviewed it too.
Listen, I don't think they cheat. But
I know it was just your shtick last night. I got it.
I'm playing to my base here a little bit.
I got you.
And it just seemed like it was incredibly one-sided.
There also is an undercurrent of the refs are always on Kansas City's side. Like that.
I know that
is a real thing.
I know that's the reputation.
Yeah. Well, there's people have done studies about it,
right?
Saying that Kansas City does get a lot of influential calls compared to other teams.
Yeah.
Legit studies. But I will say, to Eric's point, that cheating, not necessarily. But I will say, I can't think of another professional sport where referees wield so much influence. Like they can really change a game based off of penalties.
Very powerful.
And things that are subjective.
Even calls, non-calls that can doom you if it's a 50-50 thing and they don't know. They just go with whatever the non-call was or whatever.
Or like the Eagles tush push against the Giants.
Yeah.
Is a perfect example.
That was a joke.
That play's going bye-bye.
That was a bad.
If you're a tush push fan,
non-call.
I know it's a side note. That play is going bye-bye when the owners voted out in the spring.
The NFL definitely has a referee problem. Right. Not saying that the refs are cheating, but or they're egregious calls, but the calls that they make have a lot of influence on the game.
Well, I know I agree with that. There's a level of incompetence there that I don't know if you can ever overcome. I don't know.
Or just human error.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But like the spotting thing, I'll be honest with you, I was kind of confused. I understand it now, but I was kind of confused by it. Oh, they're going to the electronic thing. Oh, we'll be fine. Well, they're still going by this terrible human spot. You know what I mean? They're just... I guess it's faster than bringing the chains out. That's the idea. What a waste of time that is.
Yeah, that's the idea.
When they went to the thing, I was like, okay, fine. They'll address it. They'll obviously see you got the first down. But no, they're not addressing that at all.
And even on challenge coaches challenges with the spot of the ball.
Yeah,
they always seem to err on the side of the referee's original opinion.
I mean,
it's very hard to change a spot of the ball from a challenge, unless it's completely obvious.
I mean, did anybody have optimism when they showed the animated graphic that started zooming in on the ball? I was like, well, it's definitely going to be short.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be measured short. Comes up 5 inches short.
I guess
there was no scenario where I saw that thing zoom in and the ball was going to be in.
Can
the
we blame
line.
Ertz some?
Sure.
Ertz has a tendency. This happened in the Steelers game. This happened a couple of times this game.
Yeah.
He has a tendency to not run a fourth down route past the sticks. I happened to be watching the Manning cast at that point, and He's like, why not run a 4-yard route there? He runs a 2-yard route.
Part of it, JP.
Well, he's on his bang bang.
He's also on his last leg.
It doesn't excuse
this is the end
a
for
veteran
Zach Ertz.
who knows that he's got to get 2 yards or 3 yards, who doesn't run the route far enough.
Well, or stretch the ball out. Stretch the ball.
And look,
if you know
I
you're
thought it was a
close,
first
stretch
down
the ball.
too.
By the way, he did get it.
I thought it was a first down.
Boned on the spot.
I
That
agree.
said, he has to run beyond the sticks because he gets no yak.
Mm-hmm.
He gets no yak.
Well,
But
everybody
also, I
knows
don't know
that.
the answer to this. It seems to me sometimes when those things happen, it's not because they didn't run the full thing. It's because the play unfolded quicker than designed, and he got rid of it a half second quicker, and he wasn't able to finish the route.
Again, I think they played better yesterday. I thought it was a missed opportunity. You look at the start of the game.
Definitely a missed opportunity.
The start of the game, we've talked about them falling behind. Positive, 0-0 at the end of the first quarter. But you look at that first drive. They start off, pass to Debo for 6 yards, run for 3 yards. That's Mariota running the ball. They give the ball to Bill. He gets a first down. Mariota to Debo again, 5 yards, 2-yard run, another third down conversion as Mariota runs to the right end. He passes to McCaffrey, who was involved a little bit yesterday, for 9 yards. Run to Bill. All of a sudden, you're at KC's 22, and then you're about to score, and then Debo just has a botch.
That's
right.
all of that positives wiped out by an egregious bad play by Debo.
I agree in the results, but if you look at the process,
sure,
they were driving the ball.
It was better. It was better. I agree with you. I think it was
Mariota,
a better start.
I thought Mariota played better than I thought he would.
Second
was
drive,
solid.
Second drive's 8 plays, 58 yards.
Yeah.
It comes down to, they decide to go for a fourth down.
That wasn't even
They
close.
throw the ball to Ertz, and he comes up short.
Yeah. Well, then on the second drive where it was 4th and 8 and they go for it, he throws it out of bounds to McLaurin. Had no prayer. And that's one of the things.
That was the third drive.
That was the third drive, sorry.
Third drive.
That's one of the
they
things.
didn't punt.
And Dan Quinn, they didn't punt the first half.
Yeah.
Neither team did. Dan Quinn talked about it after the game. He said, look, on fourth downs, you can't score. You can't beat this team scoring 3. You got to score touchdowns.
Right. Even if they kick field goals, they still would have lost by 11.
But last year, they were going for it on all these fourth downs, and they were getting it on.
Well, that's also where I think Jaden makes a huge difference. Because if you remember last year, how many times did Jaden run on fourth downs?
Yeah, he did.
And Mariota used his legs. I thought Mariota played a pretty damn good game.
He was
In the
solid,
end, he
but-
throws the second interception, but the game was done.
game was over.
Honestly, I went to bed with 6 minutes ago.
That game was
Oh,
over.
as soon
I
as
had
it's
to get some
28-7, my daughter's like, I'm going to bed. I said, well, I'm going to follow you upstairs because there's no point in staying.
I didn't see the second
up.
interception.
At this point, you're down 21 with 6.5 minutes left.
I stayed up
No point.
to watch it to the bitter end, but also I wanted to see Shohei bat one more time.
Right.
And then that's in the 9th inning, and it's a tie game. And he was up second that inning, so I can't remember what happened before that. Let's just say it was a fly out.
Yeah, you got
Shohei gets up, and then they show the camera on the manager.
Yeah.
And the manager just goes, move him over to first to touch the wall. I stuck with it because they're like, well, he's going to definitely steal. And then he did steal the base, but he popped up, and the guy kept the tag on, so he was out. And then the game extended, and I was like, you know what? I'm not sticking through this for extra innings. And it went a whole other game.
Shohei
How clutch is Freddie Freeman, though?
he's going to Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah, he's
Shohei reached base 9 times.
And he pitches tonight.
He pitches tonight.
He is by far
I was telling these
the
guys-
greatest player of all time.
I woke up, because I watch these Monday night games and Sunday night games in the morning. I just can't stay up like these guys. So I woke up at 2:30. My body was up pretty much all night, but I woke up, got out of bed at 2:30. I looked at my phone and I saw the game was still going on. I said, "What? There's got to be some delay. That ESPN.com's got to be off on this." Turned on Fox and I actually saw Freeman's walk off at 2:45 in the morning. Then I watched the Commanders.
By the way, getting back to the Commanders, might be alarming. This is Adam Schefter talking about Jaden Daniels and his hamstring injury, and is he going to miss next week against Seattle possibly?
Jeez.
Jaden Daniels, they play Sunday night against the Seattle Seahawks, and I just think a guy that's had a knee injury and a hamstring injury and some injury issues, hamstrings, you got to be really careful with them. Look how careful Lamar's been. I won't be surprised if we don't see Jaden again on Sunday night.
That's just his opinion, though. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like that's any informed thing,
that's
other
just
than
him-
being around
That's
football.
him speculating.
Yeah, which I think is reasonable speculation, but who knows?
Well, they're desperate for this win, so I would kind of be surprised if he doesn't play.
I just don't know. He looked pretty happy on the sideline, so maybe he feels pretty good.
Yeah.
They did say it was a low-grade thing, shouldn't miss any significant time. So who knows?
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. EB and I both seem to feel this way. I'm not saying moral victory, but I do think they played better.
But there were better
And
things.
I think there were positive signs looking towards the future. Marshawn Lattimore's one. I think Lattimore is a punching bag in D.C.
Sure.
He played a good game.
That was
And
by
he had an
far his best
interception.
game. I didn't even know he was capable of catching a ball. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. When he made the interception, I was stunned.
Well, I'm glad you're giving him props.
I
It's
didn't
a
know
nice
he could
pick.
actually make a play
It's
on the
basically
ball.
a one-handed
I haven't
catch.
seen him make a play on a ball in a year. I'm stunned he did that.
He did play well.
So I'll give him that. I thought
That was his
Amos
first
was
interception in years, right?
Good. I didn't even know he was
In,
capable.
what, in 3 years?
I was literally stunned by that.
Maybe 4?
I thought Amos was good. I thought the young linebackers were flying around, which I like to see some of that. I thought obviously Jacob Martin was awesome.
That guy's been a journeyman.
Yeah,
But he's right now their best defensive end.
Yeah, he's a stud because of injuries. It's just a joke. And I thought offensively, Mariota was more than capable, even though they only put up 7 points. McNichols has just been a revelation. I love him. Terry showed how badly we miss him, but he can't stay healthy. I don't know. I thought there were some positives, but it's a lost season. At the end of the day, it's a lost season. Not officially lost yet. We probably won't be eliminated for another 4 or 5 weeks, but it's just a lost season.
They need to go on a real heater to even just to stay relevant. They're 8% to make the playoffs right now.
I mean,
Jason
they're
said
not,
it.
they're not going to the
Playoff
playoffs.
is just-
Jason
is
said
They're
bad.
not going to the
before.
playoffs because even if Jaden comes back, they've got too many other injuries.
Right.
They can't battle back from that.
You got to go 7-2.
7-2.
I mean, I saw
that's not gonna
Tunsil.
happen.
I saw Tunsil.
They've lost
limping
4
off.
out of 5.
When I saw Tunsil, I was like, "Oh, that's
They're literally
that's horrible."
losing everybody.
I mean, he's just walking to the locker room. I was
I
like,
mean,
that's a horrible sign.
Can you
What was
think
that?
of
Was
a
that after-
star that they haven't lost?
Was that after the first drive?
It's either first or second. It was early in the game.
Yeah.
Every star player they've had has been hurt.
Star, yeah, besides Wagner.
He's
And what?
He's been
I
one
mean,
of the
he's not a
stalwarts.
star, but he's one of the bigger names.
He was a star 100 years
bigger
ago.
name.
Hey, he had an interception.
Well, I mean, deflected ball that
That's
fell
a
right in
fumble.
his lap.
That's Kelsey. It's a Kelsey fumble.
Yeah, but it's
That's
fine.
one
I mean,
where I
we'll take
agree
it.
that should not go on the quarterback. If
Was
it
he
hits the guy
throwing
right in
to
the
Juju
hands-
there and Kelsey jumped in front of the route? That's what Peyton and Eli thought.
I don't know.
I mean,
If you look at
it was right.
if
to
you
Kelsey.
look at it now, but if you look at the route, he's throwing it at such a velocity. Juju was about 5 to 7 yards behind Kelsey, and Kelsey ran into. You don't usually have good offensive coordinators. Don't usually have 2 guys in the same space, but Kelsey plays with such freedom to run left, right. I think Mahomes was throwing to Juju, and then Kelsey just happened to get in
also
there.
on the commander side, I know it was a laser and it was short proximity. Ertz has to catch that ball on the 4th down. I know it's not going to determine the outcome of the game. The game was lost already at that point. Mm-hmm. You got to make that catch.
Ertz
Please
has
make
had
that catch.
5 or 6 plays this year that have been infuriating for a guy that's as capable and as good as he is. He's had a few just weird drops and maybe not going as far as he needs to go.
I think the writing is on the wall that
Probably.
like him and Bobby Wagner, they should bow out at the end of the season together.
Yeah.
I hope they
I
do.
would think.
I think they
hope
will.
they do.
I think they will.
Make way for some of the younger
The
guys.
roster will look drastically different
decidedly
next year.
different.
Let's bang out some of these calls. People chime in. We'll be doing 4 hours on it. I'm sure we will weave in some World Series stuff too, because it does seem like I'm missing a great World Series. But hopefully the world's watching. Let's go to
I don't know.
Jimmy.
It might only go 5.
You won't
like
watch the
Cake's
18
predicted.
inning replay today?
Nope. Won't happen.
Come on, baseball cakes.
I know more people were watching the Chiefs Commanders than were watching
Well,
the World
nobody
Series.
saw the end of that game on the East Coast.
I wouldn't think.
And a lot of people probably didn't see it on the West
Unless
Coast.
you're the biggest baseball dork on the planet. You're not staying up till 3 in the morning.
No.
I got to ask Kelsey. She went to one of the games in the previous round, and she lives in L.A., and she's a huge Commanders fan, but at some point last night, she sent me a text, and she was like, well, I guess I'll just watch the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Dodgers, and she can kind of glom onto the Rams or the Chargers because she lives in L.A.
If you're a realistic person, you knew at halftime we had already blown our opportunity.
Well, And you knew the Chiefs were going to come out like a ball of fire in the second half.
You weren't going to be able to have that kind of success defensively again. Right. It was a dream defensive start.
Right. You're only going to corral
we couldn't capitalize
on
it. So, it's too bad. I'm not mad at them. I saw a ton of effort, but we're just not good enough this year.
The writing was on the wall when they didn't capitalize on the turnovers.
We played great in the first half in a sense, but we also lost it in the first half.
Because you knew that just wasn't sustainable.
Yeah.
Yep. Missed opportunities. Yeah. First 3 drives, they could have scored and came away with nothing.
21 points in a perfect world, and then you have a game.
Yeah, in the perfect world. Well, heck, even if it's 10-0, 14-0,
even
all
if it's 9-0 with 3 field goals,
the mentality could shift on Kansas City. All of a sudden, they might start panicking, pressing, doing stuff out of their comfort zone and norm.
So it's too bad.
Yeah. By the way, I mentioned my daughter in L.A., so she runs a lot. She went for a run. You don't know what he's not a billionaire, but what mega powerful person she ran into, NFL related, that she said was so nice. Talked to her for 10 minutes.
Roger Goodell.
No one cares, JP.
Look at Cakes.
Look.
How'd you nail that?
I don't know. I just said mega powerful, almost a billionaire. Can only be one guy.
Yeah. This guy said no one cares.
It did make me laugh.
He didn't think he was on air.
This guy's pissed.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Hey, what's going on,
What's
boys?
up,
I was praying to God I was on air.
Yeah. What's up?
You were.
Nothing. I just wanted to give you guys the bad news and the good news. The bad news is 3-game losing streak. You got disrespected by a 10.5-point spread, lost by 21. But the good news is Cakes break out the draft simulator. Have a great day, boys.
They're not in the top 10 right now.
Go to lotterygenerator.com.
I'm not tanking. I want to try to win all the games, but it's a lost season.
Tankathon.com, baby.
No doubt it's a lost season.
Haven't visited you in a while.
I thought that was a basketball thing. They got it for NFL?
All sports, JP. They're not pigeonholed.
I saw a breakdown. They're not in the top 10 right now.
Well, not yet.
If they continue on this trend, they will be.
Even if, let's just say we start everybody next week.
They're 11.
Hold on, Cakes, did you think they played worse than they did against the Cowboys?
No, I thought they played better, but not that much better.
Okay.
They got smoked
the problem
in the second half. You guys are like completely disregarding the second half of the game.
I'm not disregarding
I watched the whole game
unlike
you. I stayed up till the bitter end. I understand.
Yeah, I punted with 6.5 minutes left when they're down 21 when I knew that they weren't coming back.
Yeah, well, I'm not disregarding it, but I am giving them credit for more fight. And, because they're my team, so I give them some credit. But it is a lost season. And part of the reason why I say that is even if all the guys come back, you just get the sense that Terry's never going to be 100% this year. Samuel's never going to be 100% this year. Even Tunsil now is never going to be. Jaden's never going to be 100%. And it's just a lost season.
It's also leading to believe that Debo is a one-year rental. Like they're seeing what's happening with Debo. And they're like,
injuries, yeah.
They're like, can we really invest heavily in another wide receiver?
They could trade him in a week.
They got to get
If we lose to Seattle, they could just start trading guys, as we talked about. They could trade Payne. True. They could trade Debo. They could, if anybody wants a veteran tight end,
you want McNichols?
Yeah, everybody. It's fair game.
Mariota.
Everybody could go.
They're going straight to being sellers.
Of course.
I mean, I don't like that idea, but let's be realistic. That could easily happen if we lose to Seattle, which is probably a greater than 50% chance.
I think if Jaden plays, and I know that we just played the audio of Adam Schefter saying that he was completely speculating.
He's saying it could.
They might play it safe. It's hamstring. I'm speculating just as much as Adam Schefter. I think he'll play, and I think if he plays, you're talking about Seattle coming. I know they're off a bye, but I think
Seattle
Washington can find a way to win.
3.5-point favorite.
I think Washington can find a way to win that one.
Well, definitely can find a way to win, but I feel like
if they play like they did last night, I think they win against Seattle.
Yeah,
I think if Jaden makes a difference,
I would agree with that. They play with that intensity.
I don't agree with that at all.
But here's the problem: they got Detroit after that. How are they going to stop Detroit?
They're not.
It's the season's over. It's lost.
I'm with you.
It's lost.
They're not. I know.
But
they're not going to go to the playoffs.
Next week, you might be able to at least salvage the roster. And I don't even know if you want that. I kind of want it because I'd rather be more interesting.
But if you win next week and you're 4-5, you're still grasping.
You're still grasping.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah. 100%.
Because they're looking at the rest of the schedule going, all right, well, we have to go 7-2. That's where are we going to get
but
the other
likelihood of
6
going
wins?
7-2 and you're decimated.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care. I'm using it as an excuse. We are decimated with injuries.
With all these injuries, 7-2 is impossible.
Decimated.
What was the status of Terry on the third down pass to Lane?
Was he on the field?
He wasn't
No,
on the
Terry
field a
wasn't
lot.
on
He
the
wasn't
field
he wasn't
there.
on the field.
Even early
He
in
came
the game,
off
he
the
wasn't on the
field,
field a lot.
and it was 3rd and 5. They're still in the game. I think they're trailing. I think it's the third quarter. I have to look at the exact drive chart.
Probably 14-7.
And they throw a
21-7.
third down pass to Lane. He was kind of falling down. It would have been a tough catch, but it did hit him in the hands.
Yeah.
Went right through his hands. And then you're just wondering, well, why is Terry on the sideline there?
He's not 100%.
Because he's beat up.
Was he on a pitch count?
He seemed like it.
Maybe.
Even early in the game, first series, second series, he wasn't on there every play. I'm looking around going, where is he?
Right.
Where the hell is he?
Why wasn't he on the field?
Because he's obviously not 100%. They
They play it too
he's
safe.
trying, but
Honestly, Quinn hasn't been as aggressive as he was last year. And even at the end of the game, once Cakes was punting, they punted. It's 28-7.
yeah.
4th down. All right.
He just wanted the game over.
Why
at that
are you
point.
punting there?
I think
Why? That is waving the white flag.
I think he's trying to.
Okay,
He surrendered.
But you know what? Rom sent me this text, and I agree with him.
Oh my God!
The Denver
Ron.
Broncos just came back in a more unlikely situation.
Okay.
I got several texts from people that were infuriated by that punt. I think honestly, he was trying to stave off humiliation.
Right, he didn't want a
I agree
35
with
spot
you.
put on him.
But that is a different characteristic than he had last year, where he was balls to the
You know
wall.
what? You know what it wasn't? He said it 100 times at halftime. Hey, we're living on the edge here in Kansas City. We're living on the edge.
No.
He couldn't stop saying
He
it.
knew it was over,
Yeah,
and he was
yeah.
trying to stave off humiliation.
It's called you know when you're conquered. He was conquered.
Yeah.
And he raised the
Those
flag.
guys all knew at halftime they blew a massive opportunity. That game, I'll be honest, that game could have had a totally different outcome if they'd scored the way they should have.
Yeah.
Then we could have a totally different second half. Kansas City better football
Well, there
team,
was no-
but we could have shocked the world.
True, but there's no guarantee that we're even if Debo doesn't botch that reception, there's no guarantee they score a touchdown.
Right. All right, don't forget
I know
coming
there's no
up.
guarantees, but I feel like if they had.
Coming up on a
I feel like they
terrible
were trending that
Tuesday,
way.
John Keim covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. He joins us at 7:40, and Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. He joins the Junks coming up at 9 a.m.
All right, guys. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel's giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Junks poll of the day is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka, the perfect addition to any gathering. Each can is just 100 calories with zero carbonation for easy sipping. Find Surfside at your local bar, local grocery stores, in certain spots, and in convenient variety 8-packs. Drink responsibly. That is key. The poll of the day is, do you think the Commanders played better this week in their 28-7 loss to the Chiefs than they did in their loss to the Cowboys? The very early voting has 82% yes, 17-ish% no.
It should be 100% yes. Better. Here are the positives. Number one, Terry played and he made some plays.
Right.
All right. Toe tap touchdown. Good catch. I can't remember if that was a third down, but diving catch. So you got Terry. Lattimore, positive, right?
Finally, a positive from Lattimore. It's only been basically
that was a positive for that
almost
game.
an entire calendar year.
As far as we know, it's a one-off.
But you can't take it away. It was a positive. Lattimore played better.
He actually caught a ball. Didn't know he was capable.
And as a team, they had 2 takeaways. Should have been 3 if Lattimore falls on the fumble instead of tries to scoop it up.
It's just look, I understand it's instinctive.
Things
you
are
want to pick it up
happening like
and make
this.
a play.
I mean, we can criticize. Things are happening like that.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying. That was an opportunity.
You can take a positive for any team any week. Besides maybe the Raiders last week.
If you drill down far enough, you can find some positives.
But they got beat 28-7. They were out first down 26-14. They were outgained 432 to 260.
We were at rock bottom, so I agree with JP.
The Cowboys game was dreadful.
So
there were some positives.
They played better, but it's clearly still not even close to good enough.
Not good enough to win against the Chiefs, but if you play with that kind of effort and you have a little bit more good fortune, you might be able to beat the Seahawks. You have a shot. You have a chance. I
think you had a good chance.
Yeah. I mean, I think the season's over, but you have a chance.
West Coast team traveling.
It's a must-win.
Now, if we don't have Terry, if we don't have Tunsil, if we don't, I don't even know who else got hurt.
Well, most importantly, Jaden.
Kinlaw. Yeah, and if you don't have Jaden.
It's tough to win games without Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And I know Mariota's played pretty well in relief. But, your superstar quarterback misses. It's tough to win games.
Mariota was dealing. In the first half, he was dealing. He only had 3 incompletions, and one of them was the Samuel botch.
His overall numbers were good if you just look at him, but they still scored 7 points.
Yeah. He played, I would say he played a B game.
For a backup, he played pretty well.
He gives you a fighting chance.
But on third downs, not all of it was on him, but he overthrew. That was a fourth down. He overthrew McLaurin. Ertz, you already talked about that. Short by 5 inches. Took a sack on a third down.
Mm-hmm. I think they can build on this. 1-800-636-1067. I vote
so
positive.
And the sack, by the way, that was on Cosme. That wasn't on him. Mm-hmm. Cosme missed that guy.
Yeah.
I know
defensively, they did shake it up a little bit. I'm not saying it was great, but Luvu at defensive end, he didn't really have an impactful game, but that allowed some of those younger linebackers to play a little bit more.
I also thought Jeremy Reeves was flying around.
Yeah, he was making plays.
He's impactful. I like him.
And positive on McCaffrey. People question the McCaffrey draft pick. And he certainly hasn't done enough as a receiver. But he had a couple of catches, and he had another to start the game. Game field position.
Yeah.
He's really good at that.
Yeah.
He's been a good contributor to the team.
They have some guys that are fighting. I appreciated the fight. Didn't feel that after the Dallas game was humiliating.
Yeah, it was.
So I do think it's better than that, but obviously not good enough to beat the Chiefs. I knew at halftime the game was over. It was 7-7 at halftime. I said, this game's over. They blew it. Right,
because they contained Mahomes for the first half, but you knew he was going to explode in the second half.
And he's so good at making plays off platform.
I know. I don't like it. I actually hate it.
And
he's the best.
They let Kelsey have his best game of the year.
Right. Well, he
was just wide open.
Wide open, like in the secondary.
Well, it's also it's lack of pass rush.
That's true.
But the big play he had, he slipped out. He wasn't even supposed to be the receiver there.
Yeah.
And Mahomes is back there for 5 seconds.
Yeah, but you still got to know where he is.
Yeah, well, Bobby Wagner was the one guy there that was in the vicinity, and he just outran him.
All right, 800-636-1067. We'll bang out your calls. It's your chance to chime in. I'm sure you want to vent. You can do it. Let's go to Duncan in Hyattsville. Hey, Duncan, you're on with the Junkies. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good morning,
Duncan.
I just like to make comments. Like I was telling the guy, we're not playing aggressive enough on offense or defense. like last year, when it was third and long, we would go behind them on the game. They could play. Now we playing like the past previous coaches did, trying to run for it, like throwing if it's 3rd and 9, we throwing 3rd and 3 passes. Hope we run for it. And I don't know why we still got Bobby Wagner or Vaughn on the field.
Well,
and the guy was talking about how made a difference. I don't think so. He made one good play. He still haven't done anything.
Who are you talking about?
You talking about Wagner and who?
Vince Vaughn
Miller.
Oh, Vaughn.
Not Vince Vaughn.
Miller.
Vaughn Miller.
Yeah, Vince Vaughn. You had me thrown there, buddy.
Yeah. Vince
I
Vaughn.
want to ask you guys
Thank
about Clint Kingsbury. Was he the play caller for Arizona Cardinals?
Yes.
And then they fired him because they started figuring out his play calling.
Yeah. He was the head coach.
He was the head
there.
coach, yeah.
Yeah. But I thought he called plays when
yes,
they had,
he was the play caller.
Yes, he played calls.
I think on the whole, he's a pretty darn good play caller. I think on the whole, I'm okay with Cliff.
He was saddled with Kyler Murray.
I thought he was pretty good at
Kyler Murray, very underwhelming.
Everyone loved him last year.
Underwhelming.
Yeah.
I guarantee this guy loved him last year.
I didn't think he called a bad game.
I thought he was very good early.
It is the first half, but take a look at the first 3 drives. They moved it every time.
Yeah.
We're in position to score.
Just blew it.
They had a kicker who has been on 100 teams
it didn't help
who they didn't trust, so they weren't going to trot him out there for a questionable field goal.
4 o'clock. They said, you're the guy.
I was wrong on that one. I thought Gay was going to be there.
Well, his back apparently was precluded him from playing.
Yep.
Like maybe if Gay is there, they kick a field goal on one of those drives.
Matt Gay missing, trust me, was not the difference in the game.
Oh, I know it's not the difference in the game, but I'm saying that the first 3 drives were all drives where they could have scored.
Right.
And they came away with no points.
Mm-hmm. But I kind of agree that in this instance, against this opponent, you need touchdowns.
Yeah.
I don't love going for every 4th down. I think it's insane the way the league is now. But last night I didn't have a problem
Andy
with it.
Reid, he's all about going for 4th downs. And that makes that Chiefs offense even scarier.
If you have Pat Mahomes and all those weapons, I'd go for it every
Makes
time.
sense.
But like Aikman was saying, if you just give Mahomes too much time, he's just going to
they were also highlighting how he can see the whole field.
He sees everything.
Nobody I've ever seen before.
He sees everything.
It's going to be so annoying when they win the Super Bowl again.
That's a joke
That's going to be
comment.
very annoying.
We'll see.
You think Peyton Manning and Tom Brady didn't see the field well?
He sees it every bit as well as them.
I'm not disagreeing with
He
that.
kept calling it fighter pilot vision.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But I think it's true. The guy sees everything. He's remarkable.
When we come back, we will hit the Skins. We'll get into some Dan Quinn audio after the loss, the 3rd straight for the Commanders. Don't forget, John Keim joins us coming up at 7:40 here on The Fan.
Monday Night Football, Commanders looked good early in Kansas City last night, but just couldn't finish it off. Chiefs pull away in the final 2 quarters to beat Washington 28-7. Deebo Samuel and the Commanders just didn't take advantage of the opportunities when they had them in the first half.
At the end of the day, we want to stack wins. We kind of know our back against the wall, and we fell short of that today.
And even more injuries to deal with now. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game with a hamstring injury, and Terry McLaurin, who had 3 catches, 54 yards, and a touchdown in his return, seemed to aggravate the quad injury late in the game. McLaurin said afterwards he is a little sore, but feels pretty good, and we'll see how it goes later in the week. Baseball, it was an instant classic in L.A. last night. Dodgers down the Blue Jays 6-5 to win Game 3 of the World Series. Freddie Freeman with a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 18th inning. It tied the record for longest game in World Series history. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to a terrible Tuesday on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Not a terrible day for John Paul Flame. It's his birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Wish him a happy birthday. Double nickels, 55
I never remember.
today.
Congrats.
It's his birthday.
I mean, I don't know. It's not like you accomplished anything. I guess you're still
Hey,
alive.
he made it to 55.
Yeah, congrats.
That's big. All right, time now to hit the skins cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in.
All right, we'll bang out some calls, but let's first hear some audio from DQ after the game. I watched this morning. He did about 7 minutes. He was pissed, but he wasn't as pissed as he was last week, clearly. Let's go to the first clip where he talks about the energy.
I thought heading into the game and early in, the energy, the juice, and the speed, I saw and felt that from the minute we stepped on the field, and that's honestly what we're looking for. But, man, did we leave a lot of opportunities out there tonight, and you cannot leave that many chances out there and expect to win, especially against this team. Not capitalize on the turnovers, not winning our 4th downs. They did. It was great to see us get in some of the takeaways. That's been an emphasis of what we've been hitting on. But, leaving here, you cannot leave that many opportunities out there and walk away from this place with a win. And, like the intensity of the first half, I just thought the opportunities for us to make our mark, and we didn't nail those. So you're not going to walk away from here with a win and miss those ops.
Yep, impossible to argue. Like I say, and I think all of us knew at halftime that it was great to be tied, but that we threw the game away in that first half.
Squandered a lot of good opportunities.
An opportunity, honestly, not even to say they would have done it, but they had an opportunity to shock the world last night.
Right.
I mean, how nice would it have been? Let's say Deebo catches that ball, and he just goes for 3 yards, but they continue to do what they did. That's their scripted first 15 plays, right? And they score a touchdown, up 7-0.
I felt like
just a psychological boost.
I felt like they were going to score.
It would have been huge.
I was pretty much banking a score on that drive. I was like,
minimum field goal. Minimum.
Yeah.
I thought, well, they're going to just march the ball down the field.
Yeah.
And then Deebo flubs it.
Yeah, and second drive, too, they're moving the ball again. And Zach Ertz, I don't know if you can find a nickname for running a route and ending up 1 yard short of a first down. It's becoming his specialty.
I don't know what the word is, but I'm going to give him the benefit. He got the first down. He got doomed on the spot. He may have not gone as far as he should have to ensure it. He got a horrible spot.
Didn't happen multiple times for him.
Maybe.
It's just what it's
listen,
what he
it
does.
May be a fatal flaw. He got a bad spot. That was a first down.
Well, I remember when they signed him, there were 2 questions. One was injuries, and he's actually been healthy. He hasn't been injured. But the second one, I remember Cakes bringing it up. He has no yak.
Well, he's 34 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you
Look,
expect,
he's not
guys?
Tucker
Slow
Kraft.
down.
Travis Kelce has yak.
He's the greatest to ever do it. Okay, there's different levels between Travis Kelce and Zach Ertz. I mean, I like Zach Ertz a lot. He's not Travis Kelce.
Correct.
I mean, even a reduced Travis Kelce, he's not that effective.
I would just say don't make them review it. Stretch that ball out so the referees automatically say first down.
By the way, getting back to Debo for a second, isn't that at least the second time he's done that? Like he's turned his head upfield. I can't remember which game it happened in, but I feel like it happened in a previous game too, where he was just like, okay, I'm going to go get my yak and I'm going to turn my head upfield before I bring the ball in.
Look, he just
happened
botched
again last night.
He just botched it.
He botched it.
He
did.
Let's play clip 5 where DQ talks about what went wrong in the second half.
I really want to watch it. It felt off on one, a penalty on one, maybe on the one Quan, of a personal foul on those. But I thought by the time it got to the fourth, he made out of the pocket plays like, he can, and those are hard ones to defend over the long time. But I just thought, honestly, man, missed opportunities in the game. You can't come here and expect to win and miss on those. You got to nail them. I thought we were going to play bold, live on the edge. That's how we needed to play here. And just missing those, I thought that's the spot that we've got to go nail.
By the way, even though it was a legal hit by Kinlaw, when he flattened Patrick Mahomes, I thought there was a lock he was going to get flagged for it because there was an official standing, I don't know, 6 feet behind the play, and it was a pretty violent hit, which I love to see, but it was clean, it was legal, and they kept the flag in their pocket.
What about the
I'll
one
give
that-
them credit on that.
Wasn't it Wagner? Wagner also hit him on the sideline. They didn't flag.
But he was in bounds.
He
was in bounds.
It was dicey. It's borderline.
That's what I'm saying. It was dicey. He was in bounds.
Yeah. Quinn's 100% right, and you can hear the frustration because they did have opportunities in the first half, and eventually Patrick Mahomes is going to be Patrick Mahomes, and there's really almost nothing you can do. One of those times they had a spy. Frankie Louvu was a spy, and Mahomes doesn't really have anything, and then he pumps, and Louvu goes for the pump, and then Mahomes runs up the middle.
Yeah, I mean,
he's excellent.
Spy report.
He's great. And if you give him too much time, he's going to just carve you up.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why you did have to live on the edge, that philosophy, and go for it on fourth downs. But you got to have your tight end run past the sticks.
I'm not as.
That wouldn't.
I think he got it. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face.
Again, that wouldn't have changed the game.
No, I know. It was just one play. But
one play, but that wouldn't have changed the game.
He just got doomed. Terrible spot. I mean, some of the worst spot. I thought when they went to that magical camera in the sky thing that they were going to fix all that. That didn't fix any of that.
We saw this last year.
That was just a big waste of time.
We saw this last year in the Steelers game. It's still old guys spotting it, and they're way behind the play.
6 yards behind
They
the ball.
just eyeball.
There's a lot of AI that I don't like, and artificial intelligence and technology aided stuff that's bad. This is where it would be good. It would be an improvement upon the 70-year-old codger who's running in to spot the ball.
Let's play one more clip where he was asked, I think it was John Keim asked him, clip 6, about the explosives that were given up, whether or not they were miscommunications or just what was going on there.
It wasn't a miscommunication. Mike had thought the guy was going to the flat instead of up. He's got to carry his one. I think T.O. on his zones has got to hinge back. So, no, it wasn't a communication issue, John. Just plays that we got to get right.
They just botched
I think it happened a couple times.
Sanders still and then Owens.
Yeah. All right, let's go to D, PG County. D, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Morning, Junkies.
Hey.
Good morning, Junkies. How are you this morning?
Great. How are you, D?
Very tired.
Yeah, me too. That game was bipolar for me.
Yeah.
I was happy the first, and I got sad. Then I got happy because of the team they were playing. It was playing such a prestigious team, and they had possibilities. But my overall take is I don't believe this season we're going to do it, but I don't want to give up on them. There's a lot of injuries. Once Jaden's out and the defense is in and defense out, it's just a lot. So I don't want to give up on them. I don't want them to do a whole bunch of trading. I really don't.
You don't want them to sell. Could happen. They lose to Seattle. They could just start unloading guys.
Yeah, if they're 3-6, they could.
I know. This is just my personal opinion. I just wish they wouldn't do that. But But I do need for them to get it together before this stadium is built. I really do.
Well, it's fine.
Well, you got
a couple years.
Yeah. I hope I'm alive in 5 years.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dave.
Dee. Appreciate
Thank you.
Look, I know this isn't going to happen, but to keep their faint playoff hopes alive, they just need to win 4 straight. I preface that by saying I saw the look from Jason. I know it's not going to happen, but they need to reel off wins against Seahawks, Lions, Dolphins in Madrid, and home to the Broncos. If they can do that, then we can grasp at a wild card spot.
I told you, I don't agree with that.
So they've got to beat 3 teams with winning records.
Yes.
I think they got to win one of the next 2. Either one, Detroit or Seattle, keeps you alive. Then you got to rip off 4 in a row when the schedule gets softer.
I mean, it's not really that soft. I mean, the Dolphins
rip off the 4 after the next 2 games.
At the Vikings, at the Giants.
Vikings, Nubs quarterback situation right now.
Okay, at the Giants.
Just lost Scattaboo. They're a terrible team.
Okay, but Dart can keep plays alive.
Okay.
And,
I would agree. You got to beat them.
home to the Eagles, then home to the Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are tougher.
Last 3 weeks are very
No,
difficult.
but I'm talking about the 4 after the Detroit game.
Okay, Dolphins,
Miami.
Broncos, Vikings, Giants.
This team is not good enough to just bank wins.
No, of course they're not. But Cakes is saying you have to win the next 4. I don't think you have to win the next 4. I think you got to split the next 2. Then, if you're going to make a miraculous playoff run, then you got to win the next 4, which is when the schedule is soft.
No. If you're saying split the, I'm sorry. If you're saying split the next 2, okay, you've got to get.
Then you got to win 5. Then you got to win your next 4.
Well, you got to win 6 the rest of the way. You got to win 6 out of 7.
Yes.
Look, it's not going to happen.
That means you probably got to beat the Eagles twice.
It's not going to happen. Nobody can bank on it. But there have been times during our career where they've been 3-6 and went to the playoffs. So it mathematically can happen, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. But they have done it before.
Odds are stacked against
them. But
them.
the odds are very much stacked against them.
Especially because you lost a bunch of the tiebreaker games. You lost to the Bears. You lost to the Packers.
Teams you're battling with.
Yeah, I think you just have to accept it is what it is. It's
not going to come down to the Packers.
It's a lost season. It's too bad. And I'm blaming injuries. I'm flat out blaming injuries. We were too old of a team to begin with. It's just kind of the fatal flaw.
And the refs last night. There were some
injuries and refs.
The refs were, they're just not good. They're incompetent.
Well, I agree with that.
They're just incompetent. But it is whatever. We needed everything to go right. It was a more difficult schedule. We needed to, we won all those 1-score games. We were so great on 4th down. We knew that was going to be a regression.
Injured. They were not injured last year.
The injuries are just destroyed us.
Everything that went right last year has gone wrong this year.
Yeah. Right.
It's just lost season. It's fine. Got great kids. You got great kids. You got a nice dog. It's okay. Things are fine.
Who's got a nice dog?
Valdez, I'm sure.
Mike Mars got his Pupatella card.
Yeah,
all's right in the world.
Unfunny Ben probably has something good in his life. Whatever.
Yeah,
just sports. Not that big a deal.
You've adopted IJS today.
IJS.
EB has protected himself the last 2 weeks. Last week it was I watched it with no emotion. Now he's just focusing on kids. Those things always exist, but sometimes you still get angry.
Every time when I play golf, every time I screw up, I always say I got great kids. That's what I always say. It's a running joke with my guys. I got great kids.
So would you say
they're still great when you have a good shot?
No, but they're irrelevant when I had a good shot.
Yeah, it's a fallback when you have a bad shot.
When I have a good shot, it's all about me.
Would you say last season is one extreme, this season is another extreme, and the team kind of falls somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, I don't think we're quite as bad as we are, but
and you're not as good as you were last season.
Last season we were fortunate. We said it all along. Everyone said it. We said we got very fortunate on those 6 1-score games. We got very fortunate on the 4th downs.
But the big picture,
the league by storm.
Big picture,
you knew there was going to be a little bit of regression.
Yeah, the big picture is the positive. I think organizational turnaround that started with just the removal of Dan Snyder gives you a chance, right? I think they have a competent GM who's making good moves. Not all of them are working out. But I think overall competent GM. And you got a franchise quarterback, which gives you a chance every year.
If he could stay healthy.
But you need him back on the field.
If he could stay healthy.
If he's not injury prone.
This season has made me more concerned about his long-term ability to stay healthy for, even like 14 games a year. If you told me that you're going to have Jaden, but he's going to miss 3 games every season, I'd take it. But much beyond that, it starts to become a disaster.
Yeah, if he becomes like a guy that plays 9 or 10 games per season.
Yeah.
and you got to rely on your backup for those other games, then it's dicey.
Well, we kicked it around last week. I don't think Jason was there, whether he was injury prone or not. And none of us were ready to commit to injury
we
prone.
talked about
but
it.
if it happens one more time this year, like if he comes back, plays 3 games, and then he gets hurt for the rest of the season, then you can dub him injury prone.
It would be a bad sign.
Yeah.
All right, John Keim, who covers the Commanders for ESPN.com, he'll join us coming up at 7:40, and we'll be joined by Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. He's on the show at 9 a.m. today. The Junkies text line is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender, 800-636-1067. That's the phone number and the text line number as well. Welcome to join in throughout the show on a terrible Tuesday.
I know you don't care about these things, and they certainly don't matter. Did you see how Debo arrived yesterday?
I did not.
There's nothing I hate more than the fashion show that accompanies these events. I mean, we're making a lot of these guys, they're turning into weirdos.
I don't think any of us has.
And
I don't think
they love the attention.
And I don't think any of us will.
They love the attention.
And it wasn't like absurd, but okay. I know I haven't, and I'm guessing you haven't. Mm-hmm. So I'll ask the first part of the question. Have you ever worn leather pants?
Leather pants? No, that's a big no, JP.
Right. And
I'm not a rock star.
You showed up with leather pants.
Or a male exotic dancer.
I almost feel bad.
And I might be
putting
conflating
pressure on them to be outrageous.
I think he wore leather pants, and it appeared, and I get you have to bring your travel bag.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It appeared he had like a big man purse, like a big one.
I like the guys who buck the trend and just either wear sweats or joggers or
just
jeans
be normal.
And just don't
be a normal person.
They just don't care.
Don't be some weirdo like Cam Newton or
I don't understand
all these
Cam
guys.
Newton. I see him on the
he wears the dumbest
shouty
stuff.
shows.
The
JP
hats
loves.
he wears. What is he doing?
Just like a clown.
He looks like a cross between like a scarecrow out in the field and a guy who's walking the runway in Milan. I don't understand his bit.
And I don't. Well,
he's
I don't
annoying.
like all the stuff that these guys are doing. It's insane.
Well, in the player's defense, not every single player's doing it. There's only a handful.
For sure.
And then they're only showing the people who are outrageous.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Like Jaden doesn't,
95% of the team probably looks normal when they're walking to the line.
I don't know what the percentage is.
You can miss all that by just sitting down at 8:20 right when kickoff hits.
I didn't see it.
Good.
I didn't see it.
You don't need to see that.
Yeah, but I saw Mikey Sandistro, and I don't know
nonsense.
what he was wearing 2 weeks ago.
I don't know.
It was ridiculous. It was humiliating as a human. Just stop it. Stop it. You guys look like idiots.
Follow the Junks for all of your fashion.
No,
your fashion
just
leads.
Look, if you're a football player, stay away. If you're a basketball
We're
player,
56.
stay away from fashion. Do that stuff later.
But Mariota, Mariota just probably wore just a regular suit.
I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I don't
I'm
know.
assuming yes.
Probably did.
I'm assuming yes.
Yeah. Some of these other
assuming
guys,
yes.
man, they're outrageous.
You guys are embarrassing yourself.
Just showing their individuality.
And then Debo was on the field doing an interview, and Ryan Clark tried to joan on Debo. I know I think I put this on our Instagram page.
Yeah.
But Ryan Clark is a guy who dresses. Debo said he looked like Santa Claus.
He peacocks a lot.
Yeah, like some wacky
I thought he
red
looked
suit.
ridiculous last night.
Yeah.
He does that.
Ryan
every
Clark's
week.
lucky he had been fired.
He does that every week.
Well, I don't pay attention to him either.
I don't pay attention, but I mean,
If I
watch the pregame show, I have to watch
I didn't know he did like fashion shtick. I didn't know that.
I will gamble.
I actually was unaware.
I will gamble with missing the beginning of the game to switch to something else, just so I don't have to watch Jason Kelsey and Scott Van Pelt and Ryan Clark just yapping it up on the turf before the game.
Yeah,
it does nothing for me.
Yeah,
it's not my thing.
They got to kill 2 hours.
I understand. They have a job
put it
to
on
do.
about 10 minutes before the game just so I don't miss the start.
I gambled. I made it, but I definitely gambled with missing the start because I had to see 2 minutes of WSOP main event final table from like 2015 because I just didn't want to see the pregame.
Yeah,
it's what I do.
Yeah,
it's kind of my thing. 800-636-1067 if you want to weigh in on a terrible Tuesday after the Commanders' fall at Arrowhead Stadium last night. Terrible Tuesday on the Fan brought to you by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com.
It's a shame. Again, I do think injuries are the biggest factor in why we are where we are. But injuries do happen, so you can't assume that you would be just healthy, right? You're going to have injuries, but I do just think we've been peppered with them. And there's no doubt we don't have the depth to withstand it and that we started out too old. These are all things that we knew. It's just a shame that I feel like the worst case scenario has kind of played out.
And injuries hit every team obviously differently. I know JP likes to bring up the 49ers, but the one guy who's stayed healthy for them for the most part so far this year
has
been Christian McCaffrey,
right?
Who's the guy that's been the most injury-prone guy on their roster.
He's been fortunate.
Somehow stayed upright.
I would argue.
Look, they've only played 8 games.
Right. I'm not saying he's going to stay, like healthy the whole time.
I mean, you're touching the ball 30 times a game.
But he's been healthy throughout, and that's helped carry them.
We'd be a game or two better, obviously, if Jaden hadn't gotten hurt.
Of course.
And, you could afford all those other injuries, but when your superstar is also a part of it, I'm sorry, it just dooms you. It is what it is.
And look, if the running game isn't clicking on all cylinders, you're supposed to be able to lean on Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel. And those guys have been sidelined for a big chunk of the season, Terry specifically. Yeah. I mean, he comes back last night and gets sidelined again.
I'm resigned to it.
I feel like that's just going to be
Terry's not going to be healthy all year. Maybe next year it'll be a fresh start and he'll be able to, to heal up. Terry's not going to be healthy all year. I feel like Jaden's not going to be really healthy all year. Always going to be nicked. Same thing with Deebo. He's clearly not going to be healthy all year.
You know what? At the beginning of the season, I kind of scoffed at, they're an old roster. I didn't think much of it. I'm kind of thinking more of it at this point. And I know that one of their big injuries, obviously, to a young guy in Jaden. But, I mean, Deebo's 29. Terry's, I think, 28 or 29. Tunsil's over 30. Like, these guys get banged up.
It's funny how we're calling them older when they're 28.
Well, NFL older.
I get it.
Not like human men older. That's us.
Look, these guys have played a lot of freaking football.
I know.
Over their lives. Going back to college, they've taken a lot of hits. It's just kind of a matter of time. Every player in the league gets hurt.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen those
100%.
This team,
including punters,
at full strength. For 13, 14, 15 games. We're not going to see it. It's just not going to happen. It is what it is. Let's go to Alex, Silver Spring. Alex, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Alex.
Hey. Man, look, this is my opinion. I know everybody says about the age and this and that. Okay, what about Calais Campbell? He's playing better than any of these young bucks coming out. There's something with this team from day one this year. I'm not going to point fingers. We already know here and there. We could assume blah, blah, blah. But something is not clicking from day one. Or maybe, they really have to look at themselves in the mirror from day one. And then, they get paid, to do a job like we all do. But it's something missing, man. You seen the first half, total different team. Then later, I thought it was Easton. Then later, Egg again. You know what I mean? So that's just the normal.
I thought it was just sort of inevitable.
Well, they're just not as talented player for player as the Chiefs.
They punched them early, and they had an opportunity. I'm not going to say to knock them out, but they had an opportunity to really, really set the tone, put some points on the board, and really have Kansas City on their heels. And when they didn't do it, well, you knew that Kansas City was just going to power through. They're just too good. Right. They're better than us.
And also in the back of my brain, even if Deebo had caught a touchdown instead of letting it bounce off his hands and into the Chiefs' hands, I just felt like no matter what, if you got back into a back and forth game with the Chiefs, that's not what you're looking for.
I would have bet $1 million we weren't going to intercept Pat Mahomes twice. I would have bet $1 million.
Didn't they say that was the first time in his career?
In his history,
done in the first quarter. Two interceptions in the first quarter.
I thought they said first half, but maybe it was first quarter.
Yeah,
or maybe his first 2 possessions.
I would have.
It was shocking.
Yeah, it was shocking.
Yeah.
So even though, I agree with you. I actually think Deebo was going to score. I'm willing to think that in my mind.
Okay.
But then I also was perfectly comfortable knowing they were going to score.
Yes.
Right.
I just knew they were going to score. I just thought maybe we could get lucky one time and they wouldn't get like a 4th down or something, and we could just win 35-34 or something. You know what I mean? Like we would out possession by 1. That's how I thought it would play out. I didn't think it would be 7-7 at halftime.
The problem with the team is they don't play complementary football like Dan says. So the defense does its job.
They're not good.
Right? Then all of a sudden the offense kind of screws the pooch.
Right.
Or the special teams puts the offense in a bad situation by Lane's botch on a kickoff. They're not helping each other out.
That play got kind of buried, by the way. That was devastating.
That was the R word. That was
That was not great.
The R word.
Well, I was not thinking.
I thought you were doing rookie.
Say a word that I would say off air all the time.
Yeah.
But they're not helping each other out, and then when one side does its job, the other side can't
right. They can't close.
They can't finish what the other one started. They're just so out of sorts on every side of the ball.
Season. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Let's go to Lloyd. Calling from Portland. I love that.
Which Portland?
I don't know. Why, there's one nearby?
Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon.
All right. There's probably more than
West
two.
Coast or East Coast?
20 of them.
There's probably more than two.
Yeah.
Lloyd.
Which Portland?
Yes. Good morning, guys.
Which Portland?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay,
very good.
Right.
That's the biggie.
Well, I grew up in the D.C. area, and as a kid, I even had an Art Monk jersey.
All right.
So I grew up watching the Redskins and always been a fan. I think, a lot of what you guys are saying, I agree with. When Dan Quinn, at the beginning of the season, he said that we're still trying to find our identity, I think that was a red flag, and I think it speaks to just a lack of continuity. They had a lot of the whole Terry McLaurin holding, you had the injuries, and then there was a lot of players that they picked up, a lot of new personnel that they picked up. And then you have the coaching staff that's only their second year. I remember that when Tom Brady went to the Bucs, he spoke about continuity. And when you're in the mid-season and Dan Quinn is talking and Joe Witt is talking about reinstalls and basically trying to par down the defense, you're going through kind of like day one reps, and you're not really building on situational football, all that kind of stuff. So I'd like for the next off season coming up that they just keep everyone together. Hopefully Cliff stays.
Keep everyone together. That's a horrible idea. Yeah, you
can't do it.
Got to turn the roster, my friend.
Some of these old guys. Got to move on from Bobby. Got to move on from Zach Ertz. It's like a must.
You're not keeping the band all together.
People pick on Bobby Wagner, and I'm not denying he's not good in coverage, but I feel like they're throwing Bobby Wagner under the bus on plays that he's not involved with, like Kelsey's touchdown. He basically boxes out the safety. I can't remember who was right behind him. Bobby Wagner wasn't on the play, and people on social media are grilling Bobby Wagner in on that. I don't know if it was Quan Martin.
It's the plays where Rashee Rice just runs and stops right next to Bobby Wagner, and then he leaves Bobby Wagner like he's drowning in quicksand.
But you're also you're not blaming the safety who was the guy who's actually trailing Rice. Like Wagner's in the middle of a zone there.
Right, and I think Wagner thought he was going to get help.
Look, Wagner.
Well, if you look at the safety, it's number 18. Who's that? Is that Owens?
Owens.
Yeah,
that's the guy who was on man-to-man on him.
Wagner's a great player. He's a Hall of Famer. He's going in the first ballot. He's lost 8 steps.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but he's become such a punching bag that he gets blamed for plays that he's not a part of.
I'm sure that's true, but it's also true that he just needs to go play somewhere else or retire. No. I just don't need him on my team anymore.
Look, I thought it was good
because everybody loves him.
I thought it was good. They made minor moves. We'll talk to John Keim shortly about it, but they got other linebackers involved by moving Luvu in at defensive end.
And I actually thought they were a little quicker on defense last night. I thought it was noticeably quicker for me just sitting on my couch.
All right, coming up next on A Terrible Tuesday, John Keim from ESPN.com. He will join us to break down more of the Commanders' loss to the Chiefs at Arrowhead. He's coming up next. Time to head to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to John Keim. He covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. John, thank you for joining us. We know you're on very limited sleep. Little birdie just told me that you went to bed at 3:30 in the a.m.
Did you watch the World Series game?
I didn't think I went. By the time I got back to the room, I was like, "Oh, there's no way it's still on." I was wrong.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I was just talking about with the Chick Hernandez here at the airport.
So you got.
I also had I had a little mishap. I thought I lost my wallet, and I got panicked, and I started driving. It's like, oh, it actually is in the car. So by the time I got back to the room, I was just happy to be in my room.
So you got back at 3:30, got to bed, and what time's your flight?
7:45. I got here a little bit early. Because you don't know how bad the rush is at some of these airports after a game like this, because you know a lot of people are traveling. But
will you be able to sleep on a plane? Are you good at that?
Not really.
Yeah.
And because especially on these flights, this is when I rewatch the game is on the plane ride back. So like that. So it's sometimes I will say this. Sometimes that does put you to sleep. And this one might do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
frustrating.
But they came out strong.
Yeah.
Moved the ball. I don't get the Debo mistake. You got to catch that ball, right? But Lattimore gets the pick, so get the ball back. They drive again, and then that's when they had the fourth down to Ertz.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they were moving the ball in the first couple possessions, but DQ talked about it. He said, "Look, you got to take advantage of those situations against the Chiefs."
I thought that was the big key. I mean,
totally.
It's like if you're watching any sporting event, whether it's basketball, the other, a really good team is missing a lot of shots, and you're keeping pace with them. Like, okay, you're tied, but you should have been ahead. And I think that's the case here. That the way they had to go, they had to be almost not perfect. It's hard to be perfect, but you had to be mistake free and big mistakes, right? And the Debo drop was massive to me. Like that. When that happens, you just kind of set a negative tone. And then even when Lattimore gets it, you still blew a chance to go up. Mm-hmm. And the fourth down one, same thing. You're in that position and you just can't get it. It was 3 times. The first 3 possessions, they're in position to get something and they didn't. And that's, you can't, that Kansas City is going to get going at some point.
That's where they lost
that.
It. Totally. That's where they lost it.
Yeah, so it's 7-7 at halftime, which is encouraging, except that if you know, and that was a tough one.
Hey, John, how much of a curveball was it that they had to put Matt Gay, basically on the injured list, and Matthew Wright takes over? He got a jersey at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I think they were looking for that kid from Vandy who made $500,000.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where it's really tough, and I think the hard part is too. You can't take the chance that because a lot of it was, Matt Gay traveled here, and then a lot of it was going to be, how does he feel Monday after he gets up, and et cetera. But you can't take the chance that even if there's anything, that you run into a Graham Gano situation where he's in the game and, and something happens and now you're screwed. So that's kind of part of it too. So yeah, that's never easy, but, and that didn't really, that fortunately for them didn't factor into it because nothing really changed. They didn't do anything different because of that, and I think they would have been okay if that guy was kicking extra points.
Right. Can you talk about? I don't know. I thought from my couch, right, as good as I can sense it, that I did feel like there was energy, like DQ talked about. They're flying around. Noticeably different, which is kind of shocking at the pro level, but they were noticeably more aggressive. I liked it. I thought there was a noticeable from a guy on the couch. It's difficult to track things. Sometimes I'm going, where's Terry? And he might have been there, but I couldn't see him half the time. But I did notice that the younger linebackers and Jordan McGee was out there more. Tyler Williams was out there more. I like that. Luvu was obviously in a different spot. I guess I like that. But I still felt like they weren't more. They still were, for the most part, it seemed like they were pressuring 4. They weren't. I want to see just a little bit more, take more chances, because a guy like Mahomes is going to pick you apart. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. What did you feel?
Yeah, I definitely thought there was more energy, and you could see it before the game, the way they were reacting in warm-ups, especially on defense. I think sometimes you play those younger guys who, especially like McGee, has a little bit. He's not. I mean, he has some speed, and so Owens brings a little bit of energy, and they were using. It's almost like they're basically playing like a 34 front,
right?
So you definitely get that. And as far as like the blitzing and all that, they played the zone. It's like it becomes harder to send a lot more, and the problem is that they always have some coverage issues.
Right.
So the more you're going to do that, the more you're going to be susceptible to that.
Can't they just man up more, even though they're not good at it? Just try to force a bad play? I don't know.
Yes, you can. I think we've seen that, and I don't know that there's a good solution for what their coverage is, because I say that, and there were definitely times where it's like, okay, you are in zone, but you're playing this kind of zone, and this guy's got to stay back here, and you're not doing that. And in the red zone, you have almost like a zone match, and you have Bobby Wagner passing a guy off, and Tyler Owens doesn't stick with him. So there are mistakes all the time in both ways. So yeah, you could do a little bit more of that for sure. And I do think like against some quarterbacks, you probably will, right? Because you're going to have a choice. If it's not working, you've got to find a way to create something. But at least I will say, like in the first half, the defense did as well as you could expect.
It could ever predict.
Yes. Right. Now, my problem with it is unless they were creating turnovers, they weren't going to stop them. Yeah. That was the problem. Yeah. And until you do that, like that's, it's great to, but at least like if you're not going to stop them, at least you created turnovers and gave your offense the ball. And so they did their job. And then it's after a while, like the offense isn't converting on third down and you're not good enough to stop them.
Yeah.
So, JK, I know you won't know until later today or tomorrow, but the guys who got banged up, Tunsil with the hammy. Hammies are never good, especially for huge tackles. Also, Kinlaw, and then Terry. Any vibe on how serious those three are?
So we're not sure yet on Tunsil. And as you know, we'll get an update Wednesday and another one Friday, right?
Right.
So that's how this works. But I don't know. I know that, I don't know when that happened because, apparently like Brandon Coleman was out there at left tackle during pregame with the starters at one point, like for the last series of pregame warmups, he was in there. And then Tunsil was in, then out, then back in, then out. So I don't know. With Terry, he said he's pretty optimistic about it, felt pretty good, but you don't know, like the next day is always the key. So you can be optimistic about it, but they were optimistic the first time and he was out for 4 weeks. So I think that's when you go through the week. Kinlaw was trying to get back in the game. They worked on his shoulder. You could see him working on like range of motion and everything. Then he was on the sidelines ready to go back in. And like, they weren't like holding him back, but like Daryl Tapp is sitting there telling him, no, you can't. And then Dan Quinn came over and talked to him, but he was ready to go back in. So, but again, like how you are during the game can be different than how you are the next day or the day after when the injuries really kind of take hold and the momentum, the adrenaline of a game wears off.
Mm-hmm. Any sense like I felt like it was definitely even though at the end of the day the score's so lopsided that we were down so low last week that I do feel better, even though we got smoked and kind of humiliated in the second half. Believe it or not, I actually feel a little bit better. But I've come to the realization it's a lost season. They're not going to be officially eliminated for quite a few weeks, probably. But it is what it is. What are the chances that this just turns into a complete fire sale if they lose to Seattle?
Oh, I don't see that. First of all, I don't know how many guys would qualify as that, like that would be.
Well, maybe really like a Payne. Maybe if somebody wants a Debo or something for a fifth rounder. I don't know.
And I don't like with Payne. He's got the $28 million cap hit next year, but no guarantee money. You can do that move in the offseason if you wanted to. But I haven't heard that. And the other part is too. Here's the other part. Like for them, if they know that Jaden Daniels will be back soon, whether it's against Seattle or Detroit, he'll be back soon. And so you want to give your team a chance with him. And even though we can all look at it and say, like, if you lose to Seattle, you're 3-6. Like, this is a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how they view it. Now having said that, how the GM views it is another matter, because that's a matter. But I just don't know that there's a lot there that you could say, even like Brandon Coleman, like he was benched, but he's a young guard on a rookie contract. You don't
glad we had him last night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you need him, right? And so it's just different. So I don't see that. I don't see that.
All right, this is inconsequential, but it still is bothersome. Why do they punt down 28-7?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't have. There's no
There's no good answer.
They just they thought they knew the game was over.
I think he was just trying to stave off complete humiliation.
But Denver just pulled a comeback like that.
Yeah, but we all knew we weren't going to win.
Less than 1%.
I actually didn't even have a problem with it. I think he's trying to manage his team and try to have some juice going into the next week. You don't want to lose by 40.
Yeah, I don't. I think at that point you're just getting out of the game and play the game the way they, because you're not, I think if you're down a couple scores, like 2 scores, you have to go for it. Down 3 at that point, and not. Yeah, I don't know that there's.
They raised the white flag.
A lot of coaches would have done that.
Surrendered.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of coaches certainly would have done that.
Yeah.
Hey, John, any concern that Bill's numbers have taken a real nosedive since the Chargers game? He's averaged 3.6, 2.5, and 2.8 in his last 3.
I think there should be big concerns, and it's not just about him. It's about the run game in general. Like, that, to me, is a big problem. And you're right. It's been since that Chargers game, and we know the last couple of weeks it was like, okay, well, you don't have Terry and Debo, and so they're playing a different way. And guess what? Now those guys are back, and they're still getting stopped. That's I just thought last night was going to be so hard to play, to go out there and do what they want to do, because that's a very, very good team on both sides and a very disciplined team. But having said that, like, it still it needs to be a lot better. And if you're running between the tackles, could you give Rodriguez a few more carries as well? Because that's where he is best. And the other, I know, like with Marcus, the feeling is he's really good on the quarterback designed runs, versus Jaden is really much more dynamic on the scrambles. And so they try to incorporate that, and moderate success at best. So, I think that's something that I thought going in the second half of the year that the run game would get better, just because the line would be at a position where, Connolly at that point should be improving, and then you have Kazi back. But it's not playing out that way. And if it doesn't, they cannot rely on this pass game. They just don't have enough explosive players in the pass game to do that. They have to get that going, period.
John, thanks as always. Safe travels back here to the D.C. area. Try to get some sleep, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. That's John
Thanks,
Keim
buddy.
on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Don't forget, coming up in just about an hour, Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com joins us here on the Junks.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders had their chances last night in Kansas City, forcing 2 turnovers early. The game was tied at 7 at halftime, but Dan Quinn saw his team let it slip away over the final 2 quarters as Kansas City pulls away to win it 28-7.
Leaving here, you cannot leave that many opportunities out there and walk away from this place with a win. And, like the intensity of the first half, I just thought the opportunities for us to make our mark, and we didn't nail those. So you're not going to walk away from here with a win and miss those ops.
With a 3rd straight loss, Commanders are now 3-5, and they have only an 8% chance of making the playoffs now, according to NFL.com. Game 3 of the World Series went into the wee hours last night in L.A. Freddie Freeman with a walk-off homer in the 18th inning lifted the Dodgers over the Blue Jays 6-5, L.A. up 2-1 in the series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to a Terrible Tuesday on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. He'll join us coming up at 9 o'clock. But we want to ask Commanders fans, are you still excited for the second half of the season? Or are you ready for the team to be a seller at the trade deadline? That is rapidly approaching. November 4th isn't that far away. I mean, it's kind of right around the corner. Halloween is this Friday. Like, the trade deadline is approaching.
I think you do both, Cakes. If you have an offer where you can acquire some picks, especially with guys whose contracts are expiring, I would move them. I don't think that means you punt the season, but we all know the odds aren't great. You brought it up a couple times today. Their current playoff probability is 8%.
Yeah.
That changes week to week. If you have a couple teams that are in a better position that lose next week and Washington wins next week, their odds will improve a little bit. But
I mean, you have
if somebody wants
to make the playoffs.
In my mind now, Keim just said Deron Payne is somebody that would be more of an off-season move if they were going to do that.
I think he might be an in-season move.
That's what I brought up before. I think that's why EB brought it up in the question.
If there's a playoff contender that wants Deron Payne and is willing to give you something decent in return,
I would move him.
As a Ravens fan who might be trying to make a push for a postseason, who has an injury on the interior line, I'd be salivating to have
it
Deron
might be
Payne
attractive. It's an attractive piece
to fill a gap.
Right.
I'd be happy to move him.
I mean, get picks.
It's just time to move on. He's had great moments here.
I don't think it necessarily means you're waving the white flag, but the probability, look, it is what it is. 8%. Well, the odds are that you're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So why not make some of those moves for next season?
Get some draft picks that you've already dealt away.
Yeah.
Get them in return.
Because you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because you've already dealt draft picks, and you're going to have a lot of roster upheaval next season.
Let's give some of that compensation back, coming back this way. Let's make that happen.
So you're saying only if they lose to Seattle?
I think
not
regardless.
Necessarily. I mean, I think it's pretty much a spiraling out of control
based on
season
the
as it
percentages,
is.
yes, but I guarantee
the
they're not.
season's officially gone sideways.
I know, but they're not thinking that.
I know they're not thinking it.
The
but
problem
you know who's
is,
thinking it? Adam Peters in the back of his brain is thinking it.
The problem is,
I'm sure they've talked about it.
He may not vocalize it, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah,
the problem is that even if we get all these guys back, let's say even next week or the week after, you just get the sense Terry's not going to be right all season. Debo's not going to be right all season. Even Jaden, to a lesser extent, you feel like probably not going to be right all season. Some of these guys are just too nicked up, and it is what it is.
I don't know. I thought Terry looked like Terry yesterday when he was on the field.
Except he barely played.
Right, when he was on the field. I don't know what the deal was
They held
there.
him out at the end.
I thought he looked good.
I thought he looked good too.
The deal is
But we don't know how he's feeling.
not right.
We have no idea how he's feeling.
obviously not right.
All right, but I don't know if that's true. It might have just been a play it safe, pitch count type deal.
Didn't sound like it.
Sounded like he aggravated his quad injury.
Yeah, sounded like he aggravated his quad, and
it's
DQ
gonna
needs
be-
to talk to him.
Didn't you say the trainers were over there talking to him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think that's a pitch count.
You're a body language expert. You saw him like pulling at his pads on his pants.
Yeah, of course.
Didn't look great.
No, it's one of those years. It's fine. Last year everything went our way. This year things kind of aren't going our way. It's fine.
Last year was a great run. It was fun. It was fantastic. It was an amazing ride. They may have been better off in this revisionist history, just winning 8 or 9 games last year. Because it would keep expectations low.
No.
Now the expectations
I never want to trade.
The expectations are out.
No.
It was great. But I'm saying
expectations
amazing. For 2025 were outsized because of what happened last
NFC
year.
Championship.
But they're realistic.
It wiped out 2012.
I don't think the expectations were unrealistic. You had them as 12 wins. We all knew that there would be some aggression.
My expectations
They've
were
had some
clearly
injuries.
unrealistic.
Jaden has missed a bunch of games. Circumstances are different, but the preseason expectations, I think, were fair based on improved roster.
Mm-hmm.
They did improve their roster. Tunsil, Debo on offense. That's an improvement based on what they had last year.
We had no idea.
But nobody thought that Tunsil was over the hill.
But no one.
We had no idea that they were going to have all.
Tunsil's played in every game.
Like a hamstring injury.
I mean, they've had
he hadn't missed a snap before yesterday.
They've had 15 injuries, probably.
Yeah,
they've had a lot.
No one took into account the run good of last season when doing their predictions. Everyone thought the roster was better.
We took that into account.
No, but not as significant as it was.
I was blinded by it. I'll be honest.
Everyone knew. I don't know how we couldn't have said it more. We knew there was going to be regression. They weren't going to win 6-1 score.
But they downplayed a little bit. It was much more of a factor
I thought it would
than
be offset by the additions. I thought the Debo and Tunsil thing was great. Adding Connerly, even though I didn't understand it at the time, it made sense to me that they're bolstering that part of the line too. So Jaden would be better protected. And then I thought on defensively, they'd be a little bit better.
Yeah, right now the defense
addition in particular.
Right now the defense, if you look at the numbers,
defense is worse and the offense is worse.
It's pretty bad.
Defense is not great.
They're 27th in yardage, giving up 372.8 yards per game. They're 21st in points per game, giving up 24.8 points per game. If you want the specifics against the run, I guess this is positive because they were terrible last year. They're 22nd. Against the pass, they're 28th.
Oh.
So not good. But the bigger problem is you could survive that if you had the same prolific offense. Now they're down to EB in points per game, 23.4 points per game, which is 17th.
Yeah.
In yardage, they're 16th. They can still run. They've dropped to 3rd in the league.
I legitimately thought we'd be close to 30.
Passing.
I thought we'd be at 30 a week, and we've dropped a touchdown. We're touchdown worse.
And a lot of that is injuries. Look, the difference.
Of course.
You can see the difference in this offense when Debo and Terry are there. The offense was better. I know the numbers weren't great, and they only put up 7 points. The offense was better.
They were moving the ball.
Well, I know what wasn't better.
Consistent.
The rushing attack, and that's something that carried the team early. The rushing attack it's in disarray. The Chiefs did not allow them to do anything on the ground.
But the Chiefs, you mentioned this yesterday, they bottled up Jahmyr Gibbs and
their
David
defense
Montgomery.
has been really good, especially over the last 3 games.
Yeah,
they've held their last 3 opponents, I believe, all under 300 yards.
The rushing
per
is
game,
good when
total.
Jaden's there. Jaden, it's like fake rushing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like.
I mean, Mariota can move, but he's not Jaden.
Well, Bill had a big game against the Chargers.
Yeah, but
that's the last time.
He's capable. But
that was a month ago.
When this team was like leading the league in rushing, it was because Jaden was carrying it, getting 50, 60 yards a game.
It was also because they faced some patsies like the Giants early and the Raiders.
Yeah.
And they got fat on some really bad opponents.
Yeah.
When your opponents you saw what happened last year against the Bears and how everything went their way with the Hail Mary?
Right.
Well, flip that this year because
it's kind of the way it looks.
I mean, Jaden fumbles against the Bears and they lose by 1. It's just completely flipped.
I did expect to be on the wrong side of the 4th downs. I knew that was unsustainable.
Yeah,
I mean, it was only a moron.
Can't hit 90% of 4th downs.
That was crazy. I did not expect the injuries to hit like they've hit.
The Chiefs are doing that, by the way.
Me.
The Chiefs are doing. I think they're
good at 4th down.
90+% on 4th and short.
Yeah.
Like if they have 4th and short, they're going for it and converting. They're running like the Commanders last year.
If Washington had beaten the Bears, all right, they don't fumble that in the rain, and they win that game. All right, so they're 4-4. Mm-hmm. The Packer game wasn't a bad loss. Packers are better. Chiefs game wasn't a bad loss. The Chiefs are better.
Right.
Cowboys offensively,
that was a bad loss.
You weren't going to contain that.
They're
offense.
just better. I mean, they're better offensively.
They're better offensively, but that was a humiliating.
But
loss.
it's the Bear game.
The Bear jumps out at you.
Yeah.
They just
that's a real stinker.
That was that's a tough loss.
They fumbled the game away.
They fumbled it away.
Yeah, but we stole the Bear game last year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
everything went their way last year, and it's flipped.
Do a remix from stealing my love away to fumbling the game away. You might have a viral hit on your hands, EB.
They did. All right, let me see.
Same number of syllables works perfectly.
What a horrible loss that was. Oh,
let's go to Jay, Indian Head. Jay's been on hold for a while. Hey, Jay, what's up, man? You're all with the Junkies.
What's going on, Junkies?
What's up, man, Jay?
Hey, I'm draft capital all day long with this one. So for me, top 10 pick. So we can have some capital to trade back. We need to get fast and young and fast on offense and defense. I mean, the only veteran I would bring back, Tunzel, but everybody else can walk. Every key position we need a legit impact player, whether it's at DB, we need another fast, lightning wide receiver, and we just need to get better up front on the offensive line and defensive line.
Linebacker.
This guy's ready for the fire sale. I like it. I like the cut of his jib.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just top 10 pick, trade back a couple times, and recoup some of those picks that we lost. And I think we'll be fine. By the time the stadium is built, we should have a perennial playoff Super Bowl contender.
Hold on.
That's a long ways away.
That's 5 years, man. We can't wait 5 years for this thing to turn around.
If you're going to look at next season, in all likelihood, they'll have a softer schedule. You could have an immediate turnaround next year.
I mean,
every year that you're going to have a franchise quarterback, you have a chance. And that's what they hadn't had for years and years.
I didn't think this was in play at all. Right now, I mean, the season's not going to end today, but if it did end today, they pick 11th in the NFL draft because of their record.
All right, it might end up being around there.
I didn't think that was in play at all for this team. But here we are. Through 8 games.
If things continue to go south, yeah, I mean, that could be a top 10 draft pick.
It's not what I expected out of this season.
No one did.
Picking in the top 10.
No one did.
But EB, would you
kind of gross?
Would you trade for picks? To me, it's regardless of outcome. So, and I'm not punting games.
Depends on the guy. Depends on the guy in the position.
Debo? I don't know why a team would want him.
You're not going to get a lot for him.
Yeah, I know, but if you got a fifth rounder, you could get another.
I don't know. Are you going to get a fifth for a guy who's got a heel problem?
I remember what they got for Jahan Dotson.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, but he's younger and he wasn't as banged up. He doesn't have a heel problem.
I mean, isn't that what they traded to get Debo, a fifth?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a wash if you deal him away.
I'd be shocked if they got a fifth.
If you don't have designs on keeping Debo past this season, get what you can.
What about Tunsil?
Oh no, I want to re-up him and sign him.
Okay.
I think he could be a foundational piece for your offensive line for 2 or 3 years.
I want him to be the anchor. I trust him. He's got a little hammy. He hadn't missed a snap before that,
and he's been excellent. Like if you look at the pass protection statistics.
I mean, if you give up on Tunsil, that's just.
Well, I'm just saying. If I'm a GM, I don't. I wouldn't want damaged goods like Debo. I'd want somebody who can help me.
Right. Yeah. So then maybe you're willing to deal Coleman, who you just drafted.
I don't know if you deal Tunsil because he's protecting.
I need
the
Coleman.
one guy who really needs healthy.
Proved it last night.
Yeah, he's a good depth piece. I wouldn't trade that guy.
Payne, I think I would move. I would try to get
somebody.
Payne is probably
he's
number
the
one.
Prime target. And then obviously, I mean, if anybody would take Lattimore, I'd pay him $1 million.
Well, his stock's never been higher after the pick last night.
I'm telling you, for people that are just getting there, when he made that play on the ball, I did not think it was Lattimore. I didn't know he knew how to do that. That's how low my opinion of him was.
Well, to be fair, when he was at his prime,
athlete.
All right, to be fair, you never watched him when he was really good with the Saints.
Not day in and day out, but I watch him day in and day out here. I've never seen him make a play on the ball.
He's not the same player.
Was that on the Commander sideline or the Chiefs sideline?
I thought it was the Commanders.
Commanders, just Quinn was right there.
I had a theory when I was watching that people on the sideline told him to turn his head.
He hadn't had an interception since 2023.
Right.
And that season he had one.
I didn't even know he could do that.
Didn't have it in his bag.
I didn't know he had that in his bag. I was stunned. Yeah.
And then Wagner got one? I was like, what is happening here?
Yeah, but
what universe are we living in? What sim are we in?
All of us would have caught that one.
Well, of course. I mean, it's just a big lollipop that got tipped.
And I feel bad goofing on him because everyone loves him. He's the greatest guy.
He's a great player.
And he's definitely been a leader on the team, but he's just a huge at the end of the day, it's a huge negative.
He's at the end.
Yeah.
All guys come to an end at some point in the NFL. He is at his end.
Some guys have said he's been at the end for years.
Well, he's
been hanging
really
on.
at the end now.
Yeah. All right,
especially in coverage.
Let's go to Reese, St. Mary's. Reese, what's up? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
what's up, man?
Yeah, I think, like I said last year, we have to be elite. Number one, Jaden Daniels did what RG3 did. He made everything look better because he makes offenses on the other side have to score the ball. You can't run and do both because he was electrifying. The number two thing is, I've been said, Jerome Payne is Achilles' heel. He cannot push the pocket at all. We need to get rid of him.
He was dynamite last week.
And we need. It looks dynamite, but he can't push the pocket. That's why 54. What's his name? The linebacker,
Bobby Wagner.
Is old. He makes Bobby Wagner look old. You remember when Ray Lewis didn't have Saragusa and Adams? He said he was going to lead that team. If you don't have two defensive tackles that can actually push the pocket, you makes the middle linebacker look bad. And we need to get rid of Payne. We need to go get the break from the Titans, and we need to go all in for
who's he talking about? Jeffrey Simmons, probably.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Simmons, and we need to go all in for the Raiders. If you don't have a front two, the dominating front two, you're not gonna have no good team at all. That's what we need on defense. Lattimore even look bad, but you know why he looked good the other yesterday? Because they had to throw the ball quick so he could jump it. Your D tackle and your DN, we have to get a number one of them that can at least push the pocket.
Hey, can I interject? You're not going to like this, but I think everything you said is a little bit overrated. Do you know who the best defensive player in the game is? His name's Myles Garrett. He had 5 sacks in a loss.
That's what I'm saying.
You need everybody agrees you want a better defense, but that's not the problem, really.
But what I'm saying is, that's because Myles Garrett don't have an offense. We actually have an offense if Jaden Daniels there.
Well,
so
actually, this year, you're right.
Thank you, Reese.
It's better when Jaden is there, but this year their offense has been underwhelming.
Yeah.
Even Jaden has been off a tick of what he did last year.
Everybody's got their own thoughts and ideas of what can go right and what can go wrong.
Well,
just kind of depends on the person.
Whatever your opinion is, though, it's probably some truth to it because kind of everything has gone wrong.
Well, this is not a popular opinion, but Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby, those are 3 of the best DNs in the game.
Yep.
And they're all on stinker teams. The defensive ends.
Kind of throw TJ Watt.
It's kind of TJ Watt. They're a winning team, but their defense stinks.
Yeah.
All right. Defensive ends help you. There's no doubt. Micah Parsons has the most pressures in the game. He's helping the Packers. I'm not denying that. But that's not what puts you over the top as a team.
Of course,
the number one position that puts you over the top is quarterback. And if you want to be optimistic about this future, they've got the quarterback. He just can't stay on the field this year.
Got to get him playing.
You're arguing for the caller. The caller didn't mention defensive ends. He's talking about pressure up the middle, defensive tackles. And defensive tackles is what the Eagles used to win the Super Bowl last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Certainly
true.
I mean, you're naming defensive ends. The caller was talking about
He brought up defensive end.
Pressure up the middle, defensive tackles.
All right, we'll continue to take your calls next at 800-636-1067. Are you still excited for the second half of the Commanders season, or are you ready for the team to be a seller at the trade deadline, which is November 4th? 800-636-1067. We'll take more of your calls on that next.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Shorter days don't have to be so dismal. It's time to reach out, check in with those who you actually care about, and remind ourselves that we're not alone. As seasons change, days grow darker sooner. It can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on friends, family, reconnect with loved ones. Remind the people in your life that you're there. Reaching out for therapy can feel difficult too, but it's worth it. BetterHelp therapists work according to a strict code of conduct. They're fully licensed in the U.S. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences. If you're not happy with your match, you can switch to a different therapist, no cost. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served over 5 million people globally. And it works with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. So this month, don't wait to reach out, whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword junkies. That's keyword junkies after calling pound 250.
It's a terrible Tuesday on the Fan, brought to you by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Coming up in just about 35 minutes, Mike Florio, creator of ProFootballTalk.com. He's also featured on NBC's Football Night in America. He will join us. We will talk about the Commanders' loss with him. Also about
some other issues.
Gambling and issues that surround the NBA and possibly all the other major sports. We'll deal with that at 9 o'clock. But we're taking your calls right now at 800-636-1067. Where do you stand after the third straight loss? Are you still pumped for the second half of the season somehow? Or are you pragmatic and you want to get some picks for some of these players who will not be on the roster next year?
Well, I don't want to tank. So I'm 100% against tanking. But if there's an opportunity to maybe get something for a Drawn Payne or something, I'm fine with that. But I still want to go hard, try to win games. I don't want to do what the Wizards do, have an opportunity to win the fourth, and then put the bums in to ensure that you don't win.
So they can get Cam Boozer?
No. If you want to make a trade or something to get a draft pick, I'm for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to try to win games. I hate tanking. It's for losers. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Ben, we don't want you on the Wizards victory float in about 6 or 7ن years when they're winning
now
NBA
it's 6
titles.
or 7 years.
I don't know.
I'm just putting it out there.
I just hate tanking. I'm against it.
I'm with you, B. I think you can do both.
Yeah.
You try and win every game in the NFL, and the season's not over, even though it's unlikely that they'll make the playoffs. 8% is 8%.
I want to win.
Unlikely. But if you can get a little bit better on the edges, you're not going to, by the way, get a first-round pick. It's not like you're trading.
No.
There's nobody that you're going to get like some
Nobody
great
said
pick.
that you're going to get a first-round pick for any of these players.
This is just helping you get volume.
The only guy you're getting the first-round pick for is Jaden if you traded him.
Right.
Everybody else,
know
you're getting
that's not
a fifth or a sixth.
Right. Or a seventh.
Or a seventh.
Adam Peters will take anything. For some of these players, he would literally take anything.
Potentially. But I still want to put the best team out week in and week out and try to win these games. I think people that want to tank and give up 8 games in the season, you're literally the biggest loser on the planet.
They got a third for Jahan, though, right?
They did.
Yes.
Jahan made a play this week.
They stole that. He scored a touchdown.
It was a really nice touchdown.
It was very nice.
Could have easily been an interception.
Now, if A.J. Brown were healthy, he would have been watching A.J. Brown make that play.
Yeah.
But he got pressed into action, made a play. Good for him.
Maybe that makes them willing to trade A.J. Brown, though it doesn't seem like it.
I don't know.
They put up plenty of points against the Giants without A.J. Brown.
The Giants are special brand of terrible.
Okay, but credit the Eagles because they're starting to get rolling again.
They know they need, if they're going to win a Super Bowl again, they need A.J. Brown. They can't go to Dotson as their number 2.
Right.
But, again, I do want to emphasize that the record, you are what your record is, and so we're not very good. But I did appreciate the effort. You know, Dan Quinn says this a lot. He goes, I felt this, I felt that. Sometimes I raise my eyebrows. I felt their effort last night. I felt their speed. It wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs were superior, but if they could continue to give effort like that, I think there'll be some results. It's just one of those seasons it's not meant to be.
Yep. The Dallas Cowboys game was disgusting if you're a Commanders fan.
Yeah.
This one, I think you have some hope that if you put forth the same effort against other teams, you'll get wins.
You'll get some results, yeah. If they can stay reasonably healthy. Now, I'm also willing to say, no one wants to say it, injuries have doomed this team. Now, part of that's because you're old, but injuries doomed
I think
this
JP has
team.
a very optimistic outlook for a team that lost by 21 to the Chiefs last night. But then
They played
They
played a good first half.
Yeah, the second half was pretty abysmal.
Well, the better
missed
team,
opportunity.
the better
Second half
team
was 21-0.
overwhelmed us. But the effort, I agree with JP. I think if you get that kind of effort, I think you're going to win some games down the stretch.
You know, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount. Plus, stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Go to ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
And you could say it's unrealistic because look around the league, look at the Ravens, look at all these teams that have had injuries. But I would have liked to have seen this team stay reasonably healthy. I would like to see what they could accomplish.
Of course.
I don't like it as an excuse because there are other teams that are thriving with far more injuries than the Commanders, and even at critical
positions.
positions.
The Niners, but they still have their MVP. They still have Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. I mean, the Niners, the Chargers. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are really banged up.
Teams have injuries.
The Lions.
But we lost literally our superstars.
Have the Chargers, have they lost Justin Herbert? Have they lost any of their key receiving?
No, but they lost 2 tackles.
They did lose Amari
They lost their running back.
Yeah.
I mean, there are teams that have similar. I think the Lions are playing without like their whole secondary.
I don't want to minimize them. They have their own issues, but I know we've lost our key guys, and it's a shame. It's just a shame. That's all. I think this season, in other words, if you think no matter what, if you play out this season, it was always going to be this way, I disagree with you. Like, if we got a do-over, I don't think it necessarily would be 3-5 at this point.
Well, it's always going to be this way if they suffer this rash of injuries.
Well, that's my point, that we wouldn't necessarily suffer these. I think they've been particularly doomed.
Well, yeah, and the most important one is Jaden Daniels has missed 3 out of 8 games.
They ran super pure in 2024 with injuries.
Yeah.
They guys
Everything
playing the whole
has
season.
gone wrong.
It's complete opposite
But
in
you know what?
2025.
It's a part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a part of the game.
It is.
But the biggest one is quarterback.
Sport. Guys get hurt.
The biggest one is quarterback. If you have a star quarterback, if you have Josh Allen, you've got Patrick Mahomes, and they play every game, you've got
yeah, of course. But also the Terry one's been massive. It maybe even more than people realize. It's been
on this
massive.
team, yes.
Yeah.
But the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers is another team. Look at all their injuries.
But they have better depth. They have
now their quarterback has been upright for all of their games,
and
he's played like he's been injured the last 2 weeks, but somehow they eked out a win against the Saints this week.
Not hard to beat them.
Not hard to beat the Saints,
even with the wide receivers 4, 5, and 6.
Don't the Saints go to the Rams this week?
Yes.
That's gonna be ugly.
Shuck got some run this week,
That's our survivor pick.
Shuck got run this week.
We're out of the survivor pool.
Did he do anything?
No.
Did he do anything? No. I'll look at the score.
But again, I definitely want to.
He threw a pick, but it wasn't really his fault.
I definitely want to emphasize that nobody's stupid. The season's over. We're not gonna have that miraculous 7-2 down the stretch. That's not
very unlikely.
Even though they've done it before a couple times.
They've done it with Tom Collins.
It's not gonna happen.
I mean, that was
this
20
season's
years
due.
ago.
All
They did it with Kirky.
All that being said, you're a loser if you want to tank at this point.
I don't want them to tank.
You're a loser.
But I do want them to sell off some pieces to get some draft
All right,
capital
GM
back.
Cakes, give me your top 2 guys you're selling off.
Well, I would if somebody offers me something for Payne,
It's gonna be Payne's one.
he would be gone. I don't think
we have
nobody's
enough.
going to offer you anything for Lattimore.
Nobody.
They know he's damaged goods, despite the pick last night. Payne
Well, they won't
would be
offer
number
anything
1.
big.
I think teams would go after Lattimore.
Why wouldn't you offer a 5th or 6th round pick
as
for a
corner
Lattimore?
depth?
Yeah, 100%.
Like you're not asking him to guard their number ones on an island. You're asking him to come play nickel, come in on dime packages
on a playoff.
But
team.
if you're giving away Payne and Lattimore, I'm sorry, you're kind of tanking. You're giving away 2 starters on defense.
Kind of, but at least if you kind
of
there's
are.
a little bit of that, but with
You
at least
kind of
with
are.
Payne, we have more depth.
I'm just ready to elevate Johnny Newton. You know what? Give me a pick for Payne. We're going to play Newton more and let some of the other younger
I think
guys
at
play.
D-tackle, we actually have some depth.
All right, let's hit the phones.
I might be a silly GM.
Let's go to
Luvu?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with Luvu. Like, Luvu's going to ask for a big, giant sack of money, and Adam Peters is going to tell him no. So you might as well just deal him if you get a good deal.
Cosme?
No, I need to keep
you gotta keep him. He's an anchor.
offensive line continuity.
He's an
Can't deal
anchor.
him away.
He's an anchor, even though he screwed up yesterday. He's an anchor. Let's go to Jonathan at Fairfax. Jonathan,
But by
what's
the way,
up?
I'll listen on anybody outside of Jaden. I'll have a conversation with you about anybody on the roster outside of Jaden Daniels.
I think that's probably true. I think that's probably true. Jonathan,
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Hello.
good. What's up?
All right, couple of things. One, clap to Jeremy Reed. Jeremy Reed yesterday. He played
I think he's been that way
He was killing it.
all year. I love him. Yeah.
Yeah, he played well. Two, fall back with the trade Deron Payne. So he's not amazing. He's not great, but he's a cornerstone for this defense. He's a building block, right? He's not going to cost us that much to keep, and we're not going to get that much in return. So why trade him? Right? We're not going to get anything. Other than him, who do we have? We can't go outside of McDonald's and sell burgers we brought last week that we don't want anymore. Nobody wants them either. So we don't really have anybody to trade to get anything of value. So why trade? Just finish the season out. They tried it, right? They brought a lot of the veteran guys back and tried to do the run again that we had last year. It didn't work. We tried it. I don't blame them. Let's start rebuilding next year. But trading off people, no, don't trade Deron Payne. You remember Montez Sweat? You remember that name? We traded him.
I do remember Montez Sweat, yes.
Yeah, traded
He
him.
got overpaid by the Bears.
What about him?
Yeah, exactly. He played well. He played well in Chicago. We shouldn't have traded him. He gave us that's. The
I don't
last
think he's
time
doing
he
that
really
much in
got
Chicago. Their defense is pretty
Yeah,
putrid.
but Washington was going nowhere when they traded him, so they were just trying to add a draft piece.
But that was the last time we got quality pressure off the edges when he was here. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's really clamoring for Montez Sweat to be back here in D.C.
I mean, he had a good year that next year. I agree, but the team was going nowhere, so they were just giving players away.
Right.
All right, let's go.
The most sacks Montez Sweat ever had, he had 12 and a half. Dante Fowler almost had that last year.
Yeah.
Your average Montez Sweat season is 8 sacks.
Right.
Basically.
No, but he did play well when they traded him to Chicago. Let's go.
Let's go to Quentin in Bethesda. Quentin, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, Junks, how y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm not gonna hit the warning sign yet, but honestly, going forward, I think it is a little worrisome for like GM, because when you think about who we gave up last year, we gave up a lot of corner piece guys. As far as like Jeremy Chin, he was just a thumper.
He was a
played
free agent.
a bunch of games. Yeah, but just like the going after and paying them, like Dante Fowler you just mentioned, that was a guy who had a huge impact last year. Jonathan Allen, we got rid of him, but he was an impact player. We had a lot of guys last year that we got rid of that made impact plays. We brought in older guys that we thought we could fill in.
That was one of the worst defenses I ever laid eyes on last year. Like,
no way, because
what are you talking about?
Statistically,
yeah.
they looked bad, but when you watch the game, we played good ball.
What are you talking about? I can't take this guy seriously. Please move on to the next caller.
They finished way down the list statistically, defensively. Yes, 100%.
You need to turn over the guys that are on that roster.
It actually wasn't that low last year. In yardage, it was not. 4 points per game. Now, in rushing defense, it was.
Yeah, it was a pretty pathetic defense. So if you want to move away from some of those pieces, don't come at me with these guys are cornerstone pieces.
We crushed the defense last season. Now is it okay?
What are we talking about?
No, I'm just saying statistically, they finished, I think, 13th.
I think you're
It was because
conflating your
it
stats.
was because they ran against us, right? But they didn't pass against us as
13th.
much.
They gave up 327.9 yards per game. 13th in the league.
13th overall.
Correct.
But we did kill their defense last year.
Yeah, it was. It was
maybe it's just the run defense.
It was definitely
especially the run defense.
The run defense. It was.
I love
huge.
Jonathan
when
Allen.
you can't stop the run, you can't.
But
do
if
anything.
you got a younger piece that you want to pay in Kinlaw and you want to let Jonathan Allen go and sign with the Vikings, totally fine with that. Jeremy Chin wanted too much money. Go sign with the Raiders. What's he doing for the Raiders defense, by the way? They're one of the worst defenses in the league.
Look, the defense is far worse this year. They're giving up almost 50 more yards per game this year.
Right. They're supposed to be
Where
improved.
are they in points per game?
Points, they're up almost 2 points per game.
How many spots worse?
I'll have to punch that up. They're 21st this year.
Last year
I got to count it up.
They were better. They're 15-ish or something like that. 17 maybe. Something like that. I think. Let's go to...
I remember us killing the defense a lot last year.
Of course.
Not for losses.
Last year's offense scored 28 points a game.
Yeah, not for losses, because the
game.
defense wasn't losing them games because the offense was so good, but it wasn't great.
No, defense was terrible.
It definitely wasn't great.
No,
yeah.
It wasn't.
But it's actually statistically worse this year.
The defense is worse this year, and the offense is worse this year.
Okay, well, they also have injuries, a lot of injuries on the defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm willing to blame
Both
injuries.
their starting ends are gone.
Yeah.
It doesn't help.
One of the starting safeties gone.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm 100%.
It's one of those things.
Injuries have decimated this team. Other teams have injuries, sure, and they're doing better. Okay, good for them.
But
injuries
it could be
have
masked.
decimated this particular
team. It could
team.
be masked if you have the same offense as you had
Right,
last
if we
year.
were scoring
and
30
we
points a game,
assumed that the offense was actually going to be a little bit better because of Deebo Samuel, because of Laramie Tunsil.
I took it as a given.
And look, Jaden's missed 3 games. He's almost missed half of their games. Your starting quarterback. What do you think the Chiefs would be if Patrick Mahomes had missed 3 games?
Is their backup Gardner Minshew?
Yeah.
They wouldn't be 5-3.
They'd be pretty terrible.
How about Josh Allen misses 3 games for the Buffalo Bills?
Trying to think of his backup. Can't think of it off the top of my head. I'm sure he's terrible.
The only time
I'm sure he sucks.
A backup's ever. There was that miraculous run Cooper Rush had a couple years ago where he went like 5-0.
Trubisky.
When Dak
Trubisky
first went out.
You think the Bills would have the same amount of wins with Trubisky?
No.
If he had
Probably
played
not.
3 games?
No.
Unless
It's been
James Cook
devastating.
rushes for
That's
200
been the
yards per
biggest
game.
one. Like, we can keep talking about the defense and everything. Jaden has missed 3 games.
Yeah.
It's crushed them. All right, don't forget, coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com here on the Junks.
All right, guys, you all know about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. You guys love it too. You're sending me the pictures. Keep it coming. EB Junkies on Twitter. One of my guilty pleasures during football season, really year-round, is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, all while watching football, golf, or just having family and friends over. And now, of course, Daisy's come out with their delicious Daisy French onion dip and their Daisy ranch dip, and they're absolute game changers. They're as delicious as a homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. So next time you go to the grocery store, take your cart over to the dip aisle, grab some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip, and I dare you not to dip into it before the big game.
Welcome back to a Terrible Tuesday on the Fan, brought to you by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Even though it's a bad day, Valdez brightened my spirits by playing this banger coming back from break. He knows that it works for me, so I appreciate that.
Should mention our guy Mike Mars put up some YouTube videos. Subscribe and like our YouTube channel. It's 1067 The Fan. He's got our John Keim interview, our initial reaction to the loss to Kansas City as the Commanders fall to 3-5 on the season.
And that's a plus for us. We didn't have to wake up early and after 3 hours sleep and get on a plane and fly back from Kansas City like John Keim is doing, like Chick Hernandez is doing, like I believe Grant Paulson, Funny Danny, and the crew are also doing.
I don't even know if I would have gone to sleep if I got back to the hotel room at 3:30 when I had a 7:40.
Oh, I would have.
I would. You want to get any sleep you can get.
A 7:45 flight?
3 hours is better than 0 hours.
You're literally going to get 1 hour because if
he didn't get 3 hours.
Because you need to get to the airport early.
I would just take it.
He probably got an hour and a half.
I would take it.
Nah, I probably wouldn't have.
Well, all right.
I
bank as
right
much
to the
sleep
airport.
as I can.
Yeah, I need at least an hour.
You're going to nap today, even though, I mean, you got up at 2:30. You have to. I know you're not a napper.
I'm
you
not a
have to
napper.
nap today. You think you'll power through, or you just go to bed at 6?
Well, it won't be 6, probably
7?
be 8.
Don't you usually go to bed around 7?
I don't go to sleep at 7.
But you're crawling to bed.
I get into bed around 7 or 7:30, but I fall asleep at 8, 8:30.
Crazy.
Did you at least...
Last night I was in bed
Do
at
the 6-7 bit, Valdez.
I was in bed at 6-7, but I was asleep probably by 8:15.
So you didn't see the interception when Debo dropped the pass?
No, I
didn't see anything.
I didn't see one play last night. I saw it this morning.
I can't believe
It's quite a hustle you have
I don't know
there.
how you
I
do
barely
that.
made it home by then.
And I know you wake up a lot. You don't grab your phone and check the scores.
No.
Oh, I
don't want to. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I
don't want to know the result.
I just assault my brain with so much light from my phone.
You know why? Because if I
like
saw they got
this.
beat 38-7, if it was 38-7, I probably wouldn't even watched it.
All right, let's make out some of these calls. I know we got a bunch of stuff we could do. JP's got a power poll, a JP, PP, PPPP, and we got Junkies Blitz. We got a lot of stuff we could do, but the lines are kind of
Credit,
lit.
by the way, to the people that stayed up and watched all the way to the bitter end, because I think a good chunk of the audience probably saw the 28-7 and clicked the TV off and went to bed.
I stayed up till the Travis Kelce interview.
Well, that's insane. I don't understand that, but you
Bobby,
do you.
Bobby, what's up, man? You're all with the Junks.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Bobby.
Doing
What
good.
up?
What's up?
What's the difference between Joe Witt's defense and Jack Del Rio's defense? They still can't tackle. They still can't get off the field on third down. They still don't have a pass rusher. If they do anything next year, they got to get a pass rusher. And they have to have somebody that put pressure on the quarterback because they don't know how to play zone defense, and they can't play man, and they can't get off the field on third down. Even after a holding penalty, they can't get off the field. So this defense is just like Jack Del Rio's defense to me. That's what I'm seeing.
Well,
and then on offense, Cliff Kingsbury, I hope he gets a head coaching job because he's getting the quarterbacks killed out there. He's getting them killed. So I hope he gets a head coaching job. I really do.
might.
So you're actually
Thanks, Bobby.
So you're blaming. I just want to ask him. You're blaming the team's problems this year largely on the coaching.
Yeah, Joe, you got to hold them accountable too because Joe Witt's defense looks just like Jack Del Rio.
I got it.
By the way, on throws over 4 seconds last night for Mahomes, he was 8 for 9 for 149 yards and all 3 of his touchdown passes.
Well, of course.
That's probably like,
And to
you
be
extrapolate
fair,
that out for other
and to be
quarterbacks,
fair,
they're going to do the same
Washington's
thing.
starting defensive ends are both hurt out for the
Right.
year, and Kansas City was 4 for 10 last night on third downs. Not great. I mean, not great.
No.
40%.
But they were 2 for 2 on fourth downs.
2 for 2 on fourth.
I mean, that's just.
I don't know where they rank on third downs. I'm sure it's not great, but I don't think that was the difference last night.
All right, let's go to Corey in DC. Corey, what's up? You're all with the Junkies. Corey, that's you, bud. All right.
Time to go.
Let's go to Warren, Glen Burnie. Warren, what's up, bud? You're all with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, guys, man? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you guys so much, man.
Thank you.
I have two things. My first thing is this. This is not a knock on Bill by any stretch of the imagination, but we traded Brian Robinson, which I was all for, because I'm thinking we're going to use Bill in space, get him in good position to be successful. But we got Bill as a lead blocker and wanted to run one of quarterback keepers last night. That just doesn't make sense to me. We have to get Bill in space where he can be successful. My second thing is the first half our defense played awesome. You saw Frankie Luvu around the line of scrimmage. Frankie Luvu been a spy, and he got called a couple of times. But the second half, everything changed. Frankie Luvu was in coverage more. Bobby Wagner's in coverage more. So to me, I kind of agree with the last caller to a degree. Like, a lot of this is just scheme. Our rushing offense is horrible. It's horrible, and I think that's scheme because we got to lay our head on something. We could have kept Ron Robinson if we were going to run the ball off tackle with Krusty Merritt all game. I think Adam Peters jumped the gun with the Brian Robinson.
Thank you, Warren. So we've now officially reached rock bottom, where people are pining for B-Rob. Okay,
I don't think he wants B-Rob, but I think he's just saying the way that they used B-Rob last year.
Sounds like he kind of wanted B-Rob back.
They're using Ja'Cory the same way.
Right.
And Ja'Cory, he hadn't been a factor in the last few weeks.
Well, one thing is a scheme.
I feel like if there's holes,
one thing
he
is
can
a
do it.
scheme philosophy thing, and it's not going to change with Jaden Daniels. Most likely, they're never under center.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're not a traditional running team.
No.
They're not running traditional play action. Yes, they do play action sometimes out of the shotgun, but it's not the traditional play action. So you're not going to have the same type of running game that other teams have. You're not going to have a fullback back there.
No. And
the
last
one or two teams use fullbacks at this point.
The last 3 weeks, Bill has probably averaged somewhere in the 3 yards per carry.
Right.
Since the Charger game. So teams are definitely focusing on him.
Well, he's been between 3.5 and 2.8 yards per carry in the last 3.
Yeah.
It's almost natural regression. He wasn't going to average 7 yards a carry.
No, he's not going to have what he had in the Chargers game every week, but let's try to get to 4 yards per carry. Look, somewhere around
But he's
there.
not the type of back that you're going to throw passes to out of the backfield.
That's Nick Nichols.
That's Nick Nichols.
Yeah.
So,
maybe
I don't know.
McNichols
I don't know
just
how
has
they
a bigger role going forward.
I don't know how they can change.
I love McNichols.
I don't have any problem with that. Put more on his plate if it helps.
How many times did he touch the ball? 6
I will
times?
say,
Maybe he should touch the
Only
ball
had
more.
one rush.
I know we're going to Florio next, but again, especially in the 3 previous games, they were just loading the box because we didn't have Terry out there. And then, what running back is going to succeed there?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. He will join us next, coming up on The Fan. Legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success, and when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com, TrajanWealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. The number again, 202-929-6600, TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Monday Night Football, the Commanders looked good for a half in Kansas City, but couldn't sustain it. Chiefs pull away in the second half to win it 28-7. Terry McLaurin returned, had the game-time touchdown catch in the second quarter, but then he seemed to aggravate the quad injury late in the game.
Trying to take it day by day is, just monitoring it. It's a little sore and everything. So, anytime I can just be out here fighting for the team, I'm always going to put myself out there. So, just see how the week goes and go from there.
Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game last night with a hamstring injury, and ESPN's Adam Schefter says it's possible Jaden Daniels could miss Sunday night against Seattle due to his hamstring injury. And an epic Game 3 of the World Series last night in L.A. Dodgers down the Blue Jays 6-5. Freddie Freeman walk-off homer to win it in the bottom of the 18th inning. That ties for the longest game in World Series history. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks getting you through a terrible Tuesday on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mios, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to Mike Florio, creator of ProFootballTalk.com. Commentator for NBC's Football Night in America, Mike Florio is the author of Big Shield. Big Shield is a cautionary tale for pro sports in an age of normalized gambling and instant wagering. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I love the rejoin with the Green Day classic Long View, that bass line on the way in. That was just awesome. It was great to hear. I hadn't listened to that song in a long time. I'm going to be listening to it the rest of the day.
That's your walk-up song.
Mike, you told us back in 2011 that was your favorite band.
Yeah, so every time you're on, we
play Green Day. Every time you're on.
There you go.
That's good. Well, I haven't been on in a while.
I know. Where you been?
Hey, real quick, just out of curiosity, because I'm interested in this kind of stuff. When you're out at the stadium in Pittsburgh for the Sunday night game, how do you get there the day before? Are you there like kind of during the week doing interviews, and then how does that all work?
Well, this is a fairly new concept for us during the season. In past years, and I've been doing this with NBC since 2010 now.
Right.
We'll go to the week one opener on Thursday night, that first game of the season.
Right.
And we will go to a playoff game, usually the divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, it was week 18, that Vikings-Lions game that determined the 1 seed. We got the news out of nowhere. We're going to Detroit. It's like we're going, like we're always in the studio in Connecticut. And before that, we were in 30 Rock in New York City. So that was new. And then this year, the word started to get around after the Michael Parsons trade. We're going to go to Dallas for the Packers-Cowboys game, and then that went so well, we started hearing talk about going to Pittsburgh for the Aaron Rodgers return game against the Packers, and now I think it's official we're going to Philly for the Lions-Eagles game on November 16th, I believe, but I just travel like I do any other time. We go the day before, and I'm only 90 minutes away from Pittsburgh, so go up the day before, because a lot of what we do is focused on not the game that we're at, but the rest of the league. And that's what complicates the whole process. When you're on the road on a Sunday, you need a setup where you can watch all the games.
Yeah.
And every place we go, it's different. And sometimes it's ideal and sometimes it's not. But that's the difficulty of taking that show on the road. You need to be able to lock in from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock, watching all the games in a good spot and processing everything to get ready for the 85-minute football night in America.
Mm-hmm. So, Mike, your new ebook is Big Shield, and it's very relevant right now, especially with everything that's going on in the NBA, gambling-wise, the NFL, as far as Lamar Jackson's injury status with the Ravens. We don't know the NFL is investigating that because that has gambling connotations as well. Talk about the Baltimore situation and how it kind of dovetails into your book.
And it's funny because Big Shield, it starts in Las Vegas and the crap hits the fan in Baltimore, which is obviously entirely coincidental. And, there's a main storyline in Big Shield that focuses on a third-string quarterback who plays for the Las Vegas franchise of a fictional professional football league that is not the NFL unless you want to think it is while you're reading the book. You'll never see the word Raiders. You will see Las Vegas, and if you want to think they wear silver and black, that's up to you. But he ends up getting cut, and he's caught up in this scam to provide inside information to a mobster both before games and during games. There's a system where he provides information before each play, whether or not it's going to be a run or a pass. And, once you're in deep, it's the lure of easy money that gets you in. Once you're in deep, you realize maybe you can't get out. And then you get cut, and they start putting heat on you to get on another team, and he ends up in Baltimore, and it all just kind of continues, and it goes from there. But, I have other characters who come from other sports in this, and there's a Terry Rozier figure who plays for the Denver franchise of a fictional professional basketball league, which if you want to think it's the NBA, that's fine, because it's really not a stretch now. But, that I knew that was on the radar screen because it already happened with Jonte Porter. That's what's weird. We've already had this with the NBA with Jonte Porter. It just didn't create the same shockwaves that last week's indictment did. And I don't know if that's because they also had this weird rigged poker game with x-ray glasses and card shufflers that were altered to read the cards. I mean, just like we've seen this. We've been down this road before, but for whatever reason, it was a bigger deal this time. But I've feared this kind of thing for the NFL. That's why I wrote Big Shield as a cautionary tale and a way to get people to understand the risks of this treasure trove of inside information. That's what the Ravens thing brings into focus. How much inside information is out there? How much the teams know that the average person doesn't, and what steps need to be taken first to minimize the amount of inside information, but then to protect the inside information that's there so a player doesn't tell a friend about it, who tells somebody else about it, who tells somebody else about it, and then that person misuses it for gambling purposes. That's what all sports leagues need to be focused on doing right now. Minimize the inside information and control the inside information that exists.
Congratulations on the book, but let's move to what we saw last night. Here in Washington now, there's a losing streak. Obviously, they've dealt with a lot of injuries this year. I'm kind of wondering what the national perspective is on this 2025 Washington Commanders team that made it to the NFC Championship game a year ago.
Well, Zach Ertz said it best after the game, time's running out. You get to 5 losses, and you're not even to Halloween yet. How many more do you have before you've had too many? How many more can you afford before you're basically in de facto playoff mode? And we see teams like that every year. Last year it was the Bengals, and they ultimately ran out of time. They didn't win enough games down the stretch to get in, and they would have been, it was widely believed, very dangerous if they had gotten in. That's what the Commanders are getting closer and closer to. And, every year around Thanksgiving, there's a team that's floating around 500 that gets hot. And if Jaden Daniels comes back and stays healthy, that's the key. And, we talk about franchise quarterbacks. One of the key ingredients to being a franchise quarterback is being available. Jaden Daniels has that build that makes you a little nervous. He's not as thick as some of the other quarterbacks, and he's fearless to a fault. And if you're missing 2 games here and 2 games there and 3 games here, you can't fulfill your potential, and you can't take the team as far as it needs to go. So that adds the degree of difficulty. That was one of the big concerns we had last year with Jaden Daniels, with all the hits he was taking. Is he going to miss time? And here's 3 games missed, and I think it's an open question at best that he's going to be back on Sunday night when the Commanders host the Seahawks. So I think the key is getting him back on the field, keeping him on the field, and then hoping that he can have both Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel available to him when he's out there. That's where it all starts. For the Commanders to try to turn this around, Jaden Daniels has to be able to play as much as possible.
Talking to Mike Florio, creator of ProFootballTalk.com. Of course, you can watch him on NBC's Football Night in America. Kind of building on that question, if there was a redraft of the quarterbacks that were selected last year in the first round, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Penix, and McCarthy, if you want to complete it. You work alongside Chris Sims, a quarterback. What would people do right now?
Well, it's funny because Chris had some concerns about Drake May, some of the fundamentals, the footwork, the technique, but you look at where he is right now, and he already has the record for the most games by a quarterback with an 80% completion percentage or higher in the first 2 years of his career. He's got, I think the number is 5. He started 19 games going into Sunday. I don't think he got to 80% against the Browns. So 5 out of 20 starts, 25% of the time, he's completing 8 out of 10 passes. And you look at what the Patriots are doing, how quickly they turned around from a team that was 4-13 for 2 consecutive years. I think it would go May, then Jaden Daniels, then probably Caleb Williams, then probably Bo Nix, Michael Penix, and the great unknown of the 2024 quarterback class, J.J. McCarthy. But, you know, people will defend him because we haven't seen much from him, but it gets back to what I was saying about Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. It's on you, the quarterback, if we don't see much from you. If you're going to be a franchise quarterback, it's a pass-fail proposition. Franchise quarterbacks don't suffer a knee injury in the preseason opener of their rookie year and don't play it all the rest of the year, and then come back and suffer a high ankle sprain in the second regular season game of their second year and miss 7 weeks before they come back. You find a way to be available, whether it's body composition, whether it's just an innate sense of where you can and can't take hits and what those hits are going to do to you. That is an instinct that is honed from years of playing football. But, you know, J.J. McCarthy could have a great skill set. We just don't, we don't get to see it. So May right now, who's played every game they've asked him to play. I don't think he's ever been injured. I don't think he's missed a game. I have to go back and check, but I doubt that he has. And you look at how they're playing, and you look at how he turned that team around. Right now, I'd say May would be the first guy.
Hey, Mike, following up on that, Jackson Dart, the Giants, I'm sure, feel like, well, we found our guy. This is our guy. But his playing style is borderline reckless. Like, he's a guy that looks like he's going to have a hard time staying on
healthy.
The field. We only have a small sample size right now, but like that dude is always like just throwing his body around. Do you see him having an issue with that as far as staying healthy?
That's one of the very realistic concerns. And I remember when Josh Allen was a rookie, we were so focused on his completion percentage, which was very low, coming up with explanations for that, playing in Wyoming, maybe it's his receivers. And nobody realized that Josh Allen is incredibly skilled as a runner and a guy who can extend plays, a guy who can gain yardage. There was a Week 3 game that year when they were like 17-point underdogs to the Vikings. They went to Minnesota and beat them, and he was like hurdling over guys and diving into the end zone. It's like, we didn't know Josh Allen could do this, and I think we've had that same thought with Jackson Dart. We didn't know that he would come to the NFL and have that kind of mobility and have kind of an impact and that kind of a spark, but you're right. There's a balance there. And I remember the Bills, like by the second season of Josh Allen, they started to strategically limit when they were running him, because anytime you put your quarterback in harm's way and he potentially takes a hit. I mean, it's basic science. Like, the more times you hit something, the more likely it is to eventually break. And so you have to learn to avoid contact. You can't seek it out. We saw him there was a game where it was that Eagles game, I think, the first one, the Thursday night game, where he kind of launched himself along the sidelines. You just can't do that. You can't do that. Maybe in select moments, but one of the reasons Carson Wentz is out for the rest of the year is he tried to take on a couple of guys when the Vikings were playing the Browns in London, and he was well short of the sticks. He wasn't going to get the first down, and he fractured his shoulder, and somehow still played with it. So that's got to be the risk. You got to harness that ability, and you have to figure out how to color within the lines so you don't get yourself injured. That applies to any quarterback who has mobility. And think of the one guy who is the platinum standard of knowing what the limits are of what he can do and knowing how his body moves in relation to the other 21 guys on the field, and that's Patrick Mahomes. We saw it last night.
Right. And then getting back to May, I mean, sometimes he holds the ball a little too long, and Myles Garrett made his life hell at least 5 times. But I would agree. He's been unbelievable, and Troy Aikman talked about it last night.
And his deep ball throwing is the best in the NFL.
His deep ball is incredible. Let's get back to the Ravens thing, Mike. And you talked about this on Sunday night, of how the NFL was kind of investigating this because they violated the injury report policy when they said he was a full participant, and then the next day he was limited. But talk about this, and is this done, or what? Or do you believe Harbaugh that it was just an honest mistake, that he didn't realize that he had to say he was limited if he was running with the scout team, or do you think he was, trying to play some games with the Bears?
Yeah, let me turn that around and ask this question: does anybody believe it was an honest mistake? Does anybody think?
I don't believe. Yeah, I don't, because Harbaugh's been a head coach for how many years?
And here's what happened for me last week. We're talking about the game on Thursday. Chris Sims and I do a podcast every Thursday where we go through and pick all the games. Mm-hmm. And on Wednesday, Lamar Jackson was listed as limited. Now, before Wednesday, I'm thinking he's probably not going to play this week. I just had a gut feeling he wasn't going to play. Wednesday, he's limited. So we're talking about it on Thursday, and I said, Chris, I don't know what limited means. I don't know what it means. It, to me, seems to be this very broad range of possibilities at practice, so I don't know. So I still am going to assume he's not going to play, and like an idiot, I picked the Bears to win the game under the assumption he didn't play, which worked out very well, which shows you the danger of trying to pick games because nobody knows what the hell is going to happen.
Right.
But it all changed on Friday. On Friday, when they put Full down as his level of participation, that created a widespread belief that he's going to play, that he's going to start, that he's back. And the Bears were ready for him, not for Tyler Huntley. And they knew exactly what they were doing. This wasn't some clerical error. Their claim is, well, he fully participated in the practice reps that we assigned to him as the head of the scout team. So he fully participated in practice. That's fine if you don't read the policy. And I've never had the full injury policy. And to the credit of the NFL, they're taking this seriously because they sent me this document. And I read the thing. Now, look, it's complicated. There's a lot there. But that's why you have lawyers in your building. The lawyers, I was talking to somebody on the sideline of the Packers-Steelers game about this. Like, the lawyer takes it in, understands it, processes it, and turns it into action items. How do we have to handle this? And there's no way the Ravens can claim they couldn't have known that Lamar Jackson shouldn't have been listed as a limited participant because it's in the policy black and white. And the range of limited goes from participating in individual drills only all the way up to taking anything less than all of the reps for the first team offense.
Yeah.
If you're a starter. He took none of the reps with the first team offense on Friday. There's no way he should have been listed as a full participant. And I believe they did it to try to perpetrate the idea that Lamar Jackson was going to play, not for gambling. See, this is the problem. None of this stuff is done for gambling. It's done for competitive reasons.
Right.
But the effort to preserve the competitive edge creates inside information that can then be misused. So it's kind of the seeds. The competitive edge is the seeds for this weed that can grow and undermine the integrity of the entire game.
So you don't think the NFL will let this go? There'll be a fine or maybe even take a...
That'll definitely be a fine because they violated the policy.
Yeah.
The question is, was it an honest mistake for which they'll still be punished? Or, and the way the policy explains the enforcement mechanism, will they determine that it's more likely than not that the Ravens basically chose to deliberately violate the policy for a strategic edge? So do they believe that it was an honest mistake and still punish them for violating the policy? Or do they conclude that it's bullcrap that it was an honest mistake and whack them for manipulating the policy? And then there's the nuclear option that's contemplated in the policy, that this has somehow, some way was tied to gambling. And what surprises me about knowing that the NFL specifically has built that into the policy. Remember a couple of years ago when Bijan Robinson woke up sick on a Sunday and only took 11 snaps against the Buccaneers, had 3 total yards, all of his unders hit.
Yep.
There was never any conversation then about that angle. It was just, they didn't update the injury report. They got fined a total of $100,000, but there was never a conversation about any investigation that was done to ensure that there was any impact on gambling. Because I remember thinking at the time, somebody knows he's not playing his usual workload. What do they do with that information? This is the Terry Rozier thing. Somebody knew before that game started on Sunday, October 23rd, 2023, that Bijan Robinson was not going to take his normal workload. And if the wrong person knows about it and goes and bets on it, we're in this jackpot that the NBA is currently in.
Yep.
Mike, thanks as always for the time, man. It's much appreciated.
Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Talk to you soon.
Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com, NBC's Football Night in America. Be sure to grab his book, Big Shield, on ProFootballTalk.com. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Foo Fighters and Queens of the Stone Age when they play Nats Park next summer. So keep listening for your chance to win. It's a terrible Tuesday on the Fan, brought to you by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Don't forget, coming up shortly, your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Foo Fighters and Queens of the Stone Age. So keep listening for your chance to win because it is coming up shortly. Let's get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season is here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub, fire pit, maybe even a sauna like EB has in his backyard. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today.
All right, we'll get to the JPPP. I didn't get to it last week. I like to do that on Tuesdays. But before we get to that, I do want to discuss what everybody is saying is the death of the tush push and that play in particular.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tony Dungy pointed it out, and it is stupid. Why does the NFL have some plays that are reviewable and some that are not reviewable? Because when you see something as obvious as a fumble, which clearly happened on that tush push, Jalen Hurts extending to try and get a first down, and I believe it was Kayvon Thibodeau who ripped it away from him. Should have been Giants football.
Because here's why, and you know the answer. Because if they say the whistle blew, the players don't react to it the same way. It's impossible hurdle to overcome. If they, in fact, blow the whistle dead prematurely, right, or they even say they did, you can't then say, well, who knows who would have recovered it, or it blows the play dead. It's an impossible hurdle to overcome.
Also, another reason why they have some plays that are reviewable, some are not. Time. If you have everything is reviewable, you're going to have things reviewed left and right, like games are 4 hours. They need these games to fit into certain slots.
That was one of those plays that was
but you can have a limited number of challenges.
Okay, that could.
I just thought it was very obvious that it was a fumble, but again, the whistle was blown.
Right, and then once you do that, all bets are off because you're supposed to stop.
And they blew the whistle because they called forward progress.
You're supposed to play to the whistle, and then when a whistle blows,
but it should have been a fumble.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter has gotten the New England Patriots fan base excited because he predicts the Patriots are going to do what the Commanders did last year when they traded for Marshawn Lattimore. He believes the Patriots will make a move.
They want to trade for Marshawn Lattimore?
Whether it's a defensive back or a running back or a wide receiver. The Patriots, of course, have won 5 in a row and are now 6-2 atop that division.
A name that's been mentioned in rumors to them is Jacoby Myers, who used to play for the Patriots.
Receiver.
He wants out of Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, he's disgruntled there. That might make sense. DJ Moore is another name that might make sense there.
I would literally trade Marshawn Lattimore for some Daisy French onion dip. A case of Daisy French onion dip.
He had a good game last night.
Yeah,
Do you have the PFF grades, EB?
You're not even giving him credit for
Can
last
you check
night.
the PFF grades? Let's see where
I'll check. That's a one-off, though. I'm pretty sure, based on my experience with Marshawn, that I learned now that once every 15 games he can do something like that.
Because he's had good games this year, multiple good games this year. You even admitted
I think he's had 2. He had last night and the Chargers game.
Definitely the Charger game.
The game sometimes where inexplicably they don't throw his
2
way.
out of 8.
And I'm supposed to believe that that's because his guy was blanketed.
So he's hitting at a 25% clip.
I know you don't believe there's any way that he can actually have good coverage on a play.
That's correct.
Well, he often has good coverage. He just ends up committing interference or something.
Well, yeah, he doesn't finish the play.
Because
that was the first time I ever saw him finish the play.
Because if they don't throw his way, that's the good coverage.
Yeah. Listen, you and I differ. I think he blows.
No,
but God bless him, he made a play.
I'm not saying he's having a good year.
Yeah.
But I don't think he blows. And I don't think the things that you miss are when he's not thrown to, you just assume that
he got lucky.
He got lucky.
Correct.
But I think that when he's not thrown to,
Maybe
he's had
actually
good coverage.
providing good coverage at that point.
I just think he got lucky. They didn't get to that progression yet.
No,
although he should be the first read every time. Whoever he's covering should be the first read.
They weren't throwing to him very often last night.
Yeah.
When they did, he picked it.
I mean, maybe God bless them. I don't know. Maybe got hooked.
All right, we'll get to the JP Power Poll. Coming in at number 10, it's who Washington faces this week. I've got the Seattle Seahawks at number 10.
Okay.
I'm looking at last week's. You know what Marshawn Lattimore's grade was last week? 29.2.
It was bad.
Lowest
I
rated.
asked you about last night.
I know. It was the most recent one that came up.
No, we talked about that last week against Dallas. Yeah, nobody graded high.
Yeah,
but his grade's gonna be pretty high this week.
I haven't done it yet.
We think
it will be. Don't you think it will be?
I didn't.
I mean, he had a
I didn't grade every snap. That's what
he had a pick. And did he give up
does.
any receptions on one-on-one coverage? I didn't see many.
All right, here's the deal about the Seahawks in at number 10. Their defense averages just 19.4 points per game allowed. That is 7th in the league. On offense, they have a guy at wide receiver who's an absolute stud, and their quarterback, who they paid a lot of money to, Sam Darnold, 12 touchdowns, just 4 picks on the year. Seahawks in at number 10.
It's going to be interesting to see how they play Jackson Smith, because he has been killing every secondary.
I don't know how you cover that, dude.
You don't really. I mean, unless you double him every time.
Well, it might take that
to
try to slow him down.
Some teams have tried to double him. I don't know what I was watching, but they did try to double him. He still just beats it.
Right.
So it'll be interesting what Washington does defensively against him.
At number 9, I've got the New England Patriots. Beat down against the Browns, 32-13. They have ripped off 5 in a row. Drake May's been phenomenal for them. You look at some of these statistics, they are 8th in points for, 4th in points against. So nobody's really talking about their defense, but their defense has been really good. You know, Jason lobbied for Mike Vrabel to be the next Commanders coach a year ago. He's a stud.
I believe they haven't let a rusher over 50 yards this season.
I mean,
they've been awesome.
Here's their offensive output, by the way, during their win streak: 42, 23, 25, 31, 32. They're putting up points. They're
Drake May right now, 8 games in, he's projected to throw for over 4,000 yards with 30 touchdowns and 6 picks. He's got 15 TDs, just 3 picks. His QBR is 4th in the NFL. And he runs a little bit, too.
He's doing it with a weird cast of characters, too. Like, one week, Stephon Diggs will be the star. The next week, it's
Booty's been pretty consistent, yeah.
This past week, Mac Hollins had nearly 100 yards receiving. Like,
I would agree they probably need to go out and get a receiver.
It's a weird mix, but it's working.
He threw a touchdown to Hunter Henry. I think it was his only catch.
Right.
But the Patriots, they've got a cupcake schedule besides Tampa in 2 weeks. I mean, they've played the Raiders, they've played the Dolphins, they played the Panthers, they played the Saints, the Titans, the Browns.
Man, that Browns-Patriots game, I know the Patriots dominated them, had to be a brutal watch. Do you know the combined third down conversions for both teams in that game? 5 for 22. It's gross. But somehow the Patriots still put up 32 points.
He appears to be the best deep ball thrower in the game. If you look at yards per attempt, he's at 9 yards per. Only Darnold and Lamar Jackson.
I'm going to have a problem with your top 10, but keep going.
Yeah, I just bumped out a team. I've got the Bucks at number 8.
Bumping one out on the fly? What are we doing here?
Because I wanted to put.
What kind of list is this?
I wanted to put the Seahawks in. You can argue with my Seahawks.
We're only at 8?
I bumped the Rams out.
All right.
So I've got Seahawks 10, Patriots 9. I've got the
you
Bucks.
You might be doing this list till 10:20, JP.
I've got the Bucks at number 8.
More ways than one.
I got to pee.
Chiming
All right, you've got the Bucks at 8.
Just so you know, I got to pee.
Hey, I can't. Next segment's gonna be fun
because
I got some bad. I got a bad beat. I'm gonna give you guys.
I can't do it. I have to be somewhere.
What does it have to do with
flights?
It's about delayed flights for certain radio
okay, we're working overtime.
We might be.
Oh, so JP's on a delayed flight or something?
And B Mitch.
I've got the Broncos at number 7. They've won 5 in a row. If you look at their defense, they've got 36 sacks. That's most in the NFL by 10.
Right.
There's not a team within 10 sacks of them, plus Bo Nix is playing great. Put up 44 points it was against the Cowboys.
I believe their next opponent's Houston. C.J. Stroud has a little escapability, but I would guess they're going to get after him and sack him a bunch this upcoming
Where's
weekend.
that game?
I think it's in Houston.
Houston's tough defensively. I think they're top 10
they're very good
in a lot
too.
of different metrics defensively.
Bills crushed the Panthers 40-9. I've got them at number 6.
Here, that's my problem.
I know you like the Patriots more
went
than
to
the Bills.
Buffalo and beat them, and he's got Buffalo ahead of him.
Patriots guy now.
I'm not.
I'm
a Drake May guy.
It's just pass.
But
it's reputation and pass.
He's got to have the New England Patriots ahead of Buffalo if they went to Buffalo and beat them, and they've got a better record.
You can have them ahead of them on your list.
Where do you have them?
Yeah, I don't have a list.
We'll have that at 10 o'clock.
Well, neither do I.
All right, number 5, top 5. I've got the Packers at number 5. I know they've got the best winning percentage in the NFC, but I still like the Eagles and Lions better. Got the Lions at 4, Eagles at 3. Mm-hmm. Look, the Eagles they looked vulnerable, but the last couple weeks they've shown you that they probably still should be the number 1 team in the NFC. Lions, of course, had a bye this week.
By the way, Barkley had a big game because he'd been struggling.
Although he did leave the game with, was it a hammy?
I think it was a groin, but they have a bye week this week, so
he's off for a couple
weeks. Some time to rest it.
At number 2, I've got the team that we watched last night. They've won 5 of their last 6. 5th-ranked offense, 4th-ranked defense in the league. It's the Chiefs.
That's number 2?
Hard to deny the Colts are the top team in the league. Jonathan Taylor could have a 30-touchdown season. Got the number 1 offense in the NFL, averaging 385 yards per game. And Daniel Jones, this isn't a small sample size anymore. This is half a season. He's second in the NFL in QBR. He's completing 71.2% of his passes. Colts have the best team in the league right now.
Hey, maybe it's paying off for you to finally be a Colts fan, JP, after all these years.
It's paid off. I won a Super Bowl.
You are a Super Bowl champion. That's true.
So
your boy Peyton Manning.
So hold on. You didn't have Detroit in the top 10?
They're number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. All right. I only had one issue with your top 10.
We're going to take care of the 10th caller, as we promised, at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see the Foo Fighters and Queens of the Stone Age Take Cover Tour 2026. Monday, August 17th is the date at Nats Park. Tickets on sale Friday, October 31st at 10 a.m. For pre-sale tickets, visit FooFighters.com. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. 10th caller right now, you win.
All right, we all know plumbing problems always seem to strike at the worst possible time. It's inevitable. Well, you should also know that no matter your plumbing predicament nor when it occurs, you can always schedule an appointment with the Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing experts at cropmetcalf.com. Save time and schedule now to have a Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing technician at the ready to expertly handle any plumbing pickle you may find yourself in. You don't even have to call. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician.
Welcome back to a terrible Tuesday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com.
The girl that was with Tay in the suite, was that Mahomes?
Brittany Mahomes.
That's Mahomes' wife. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Ooh. Thankfully, I can't recall the last time I've seen Patrick Mahomes' goofy brother Jackson Mahomes. That's a life win.
I'm fine with
haven't
not
seen
seeing
him in a long time.
That's actually true, Case.
It's a great life win. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes is like paying him to just live in an underground bunker and just not be seen in public, but whatever it is, thank you.
JP, the PFF grades just came in during the commercial break.
Nice.
All right, good.
Marshawn Lattimore, number 1. 80, that's the highest ranking I've seen.
You.
89. Johnny Newton, number
Got to
2.
give credit where credit's due.
You do. You got to give him props.
Don't tire yourself out from all these victory laps with Marshawn Lattimore, Drake May.
Right. Trey Amos was 3rd. Sheldon Day only played 17 snaps, so I don't know if you want to really consider that. Jeremy Reeves, I thought he was flying all over the place. They gave Bobby Wagner a pretty good grade, 6th out of 20 guys that played on defense. The bottom, Jordan McGee, very low grade. Darnell Savage, who I think has been good in previous games. Eddie Goldman. I don't know how Jacob Martin got a 46 grade. Didn't he have 2 sacks? I mean, to me,
he did. He must have gotten steamrolled the rest of the game.
To me, he popped.
Definitely popped.
And now I'm going to look.
What about Quan Martin? Didn't he have like 14 tackles? Although he had some bad coverage.
Get a horrible penalty.
Martin was 9th, bad penalty. 61.
So your number 1 target was a top graded guy. I just missed it. You mentioned Wagner.
Wagner was 6th. Number 1 was Lattimore.
I think Wagner gets killed a lot of times when he's not part of the play. Like anytime a tight end catches it, they go, "Wow, Bobby Wagner in coverage." Well, he wasn't in coverage on some of those.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he also had the interception.
Yeah,
that hooks your grade.
Right, offensively, Terry, who only played 25 snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He had an 89 point. He actually even a higher grade than Lattimore.
Should. I mean, he made 2 great catches.
Jerry McNichols. Ben Sinnott Cakes made an appearance on 11 snaps. Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey, Marcus Mariota 6th. At the bottom,
Debo.
Well, Jalen Lane, he had a couple drops. Wolfel on that kickoff return.
Yep.
Debo, Zach Ertz. That was Zach's probably one of his worst games. Chris Moore, Josh Connolly Jr.
Bill. What about Bill?
Bill down there 12th. Rodriguez, Tyler Biotish, Bates. I'm going up. Whatever. It's kind of what you would think.
All right, we had some callers mention this before. How would you grade the coaching?
I mean, I
thought Cliff called a decent game.
I'm not smart enough to know how to
on
grade.
offense. Like I didn't have a problem with the play calling.
I thought he was a B+.
We can't dissect the coaching because we don't know
Really
the plays
hard.
that are called.
It's hard.
We don't know. We don't know if the
defense.
players are in the right spots.
I couldn't coach defense.
It's hard.
I know. See, I mean, I don't know.
I know you can probably criticize them for not going for it when it was 28-7.
Well, I think the play calling we've always graded offense coordinators.
But the game was over.
Like when Bieniemy had Howell drop back 50 times and they had 9 runs.
Yeah,
we grilled them.
Yeah,
I thought Cliff did a pretty good job because they were moving the ball.
Right when Debo botched it, I was just about to tweet about how big Cliff's bag was this week.
Oh no, I'm glad you kept. I'm glad you kept your fingers off your phone.
He packed the biggest bag for this trip.
I thought it was good. I mean, they didn't punt in the first half, right?
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good offensively. Defensively, I'm too dumb to know.
They just couldn't convert on those 4th downs.
Well, here's what I know defensively. They got beat 21-0 in the second half. That's what I do.
Yeah, but I just don't know if it's coaching or the players just
Well,
suck.
it's also the greatness of Patrick Mahomes.
Understood.
That's a huge part of it.
No, he's great, but yeah.
I hate his off-schedule plays. I know he's great at them. It's just, I always feel like, can't you guys catch him? Can't you guys corral this guy? And I understand it's not commander specific because he does it basically against everybody. He just finds little nooks and crannies and ways to weave his way out of trouble. And I find it very annoying.
But I did find that I thought you could all see that they were obviously a little fast. Like their goal of being faster and quicker to the ball, more violent, I actually thought you saw it demonstrably. I felt it.
Hey, look,
faster,
the defense
quicker,
performed better
somewhat.
You had Kansas City scoring 38, right?
35 or 38.
35,
yeah. I mean, they came close.
Patrick Mahomes.
They came pretty close.
Patrick Mahomes.
10 points.
The Chiefs at home with Patrick Mahomes as a starting quarterback, 61-14 all time.
It's a pretty impressive record.
You basically just don't beat them.
It's a good home resume.
And
everyone picked this game as a loser at the beginning of the year. When you go through the schedule, I know some people don't like to do it, but everyone does it. you said they're going to lose at Kansas City. So, whatever. The problem is the other games that we're blowing.
Are there any Commanders fans that went into last night's game thinking they had a realistic shot at winning the game?
We had a couple people call in, but they're just blind homers.
Remember?
We had a couple people call in.
There might be a couple, but it had to be a very small minority.
I do think it was a bounce back off of last week. Last week was rock bottom. So I did think it was a bounce back.
It might have been one rung on the ladder higher. I don't think it was that great.
This loss felt
It wasn't
less
moral victory great, but it was better.
I thought this loss felt better than the last two. They've lost 3 in a row, right? The Bears game was just heartbreaking.
Well, that was a
and just
gut punch.
shake your head, total gut punch. This one, because there's no expectations to win.
Yeah.
And I think you played a little bit better.
First
you did.
half we played better.
I get it. The scoreboard doesn't show it. But if you watch the game, the offense looked better in the first half, just couldn't convert. And then the defense obviously looked better in the first half.
Eventually just wore you down. They're a better team.
If they lose to the Seahawks on Sunday night, I'm breaking this out.
That's fine.
For the whole song. I'm breaking it out.
Ooh, that's fine. I mean, it is
Because it's
over.
on. I'm ready to break it out now.
It is over. It is over. I mean, they're not going to the playoffs.
The Seattle game will be the nail in the coffin if they lose that game at home.
But I'm not
then
tanking.
It's Titanic time.
But I'm not taking. You can play it now for all I care. But I'm not tanking. I'm trying to win every effing game. Sorry, I want to win every game. Maybe at the very end, if you want to tank one, fine. But 16 of the 17 games, I want to win every game.
They're not going to tank.
I know there are guys out there that want to just tank.
Yeah, I mean,
trade everybody, get rid of everybody, and just lose.
I'm not for trading everybody,
third.
but I am for I'm open to listening to offers from anybody outside of Jaden Daniels.
I'm open to it too, but I'm not just going to punt the season and just give up every game. No, I want to win next week, and I want to win the week after that.
And so
even when we're eliminated, I still want to win.
And they do too.
Yeah.
And I guarantee they still feel like there's a shot. Even though Zach Ertz said it's slipping away
that
or
window's
time's ticking.
closing. That window's closing rapidly.
That's why they have to beat Seattle.
Well,
if they don't beat Seattle, it's over.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at it, but weren't the Rams kind of in a similar position last season? Didn't they come on strong?
Yes.
Down the stretch, I'm making it up,
before.
but weren't they something like 5-7?
I can look it up for you if you want.
We've even done it before. We've done it several times. Come back from like 3-6 starts. Rip off 6 or 7 in a row down the stretch. We've done it before, but it's not in the cards
with
this
all
year.
the injuries. It doesn't seem plausible.
Seems like our guys are just going to be hurt all year. I don't think Terry's going to be 100% all year.
And you know what? I need Jaden back for
5-6.
Sunday night.
The Rams were 5-6 and won 5 of the final 6.
I agree.
Yeah, to get
the
to
Rams
10
were
and
5-6.
Right.
Here's the thing about Seattle game. I don't think it's a must win. I think they have to win one of the next two.
Well, you're just
this
talking
might
about
be
it
the easier.
mathematically. More or less.
No, mathematically they'd still be in it if they lost their next two.
I think for their psyche alone, it's pretty much a must win. Because then you're at 4 straight losses if you drop the game to Seattle with Detroit on deck. That doesn't seem like a very winnable game the way they've been playing. I think the Seattle game, like we've talked about, big time code red game. All hands on deck.
Code red.
Jaden, if you're 80%, need you to play. Need you to be out there at 80%.
He wants to play. He wants to play.
Okay, play him
holding
then.
him back.
If the doctors clear him and say you're at 80 or 85%, please play him. Now, if that aggravates his hamstring, so be it. We're at a tipping point of the season here.
The Rams dropped to 5-6 last year after week 12. So they're sub 500 in week 12, and then they won 5 of their last 6 games.
Right.
I'm not saying it's likely, but what do you think the odds were for them to make the playoffs at 5-6 in week 12? It's probably a little higher than 8%, but I bet it was lower than 20.
8%, yeah.
I'd have to go back and look to see who they beat. I mean, I don't know how strong
they beat
the team.
New Orleans, Buffalo, San Francisco, Jets, and Cardinals.
All right, so they beat some bad teams.
1 or 2
well,
good teams.
Washington's going to play some bad teams coming up.
They are, but with all those injuries, they're probably just as
some
bad.
Some of the good teams look at Washington and say, that's a bad team.
That's what
They've
I'm saying.
lost 3 straight games.
Yep.
Yeah, but if Jaden's
They're
there,
getting into that
if Jaden's
territory.
in, they don't want to play us. I don't care. If Jaden's in, they don't want to play us. Hell, we even had the guy from Kansas City yesterday say that was the most the game he was looking forward to the most.
Yeah,
was with Jaden.
But I knew Kansas City was certainly not overlooking Washington based on the schedule. Not. I mean, they knew how big that game was.
I guess, but I felt like it was good. They did a great job in the first half, other than they didn't capitalize on it. Like, you couldn't ask more of the defense than what you got in the first half.
First half, you're right.
You couldn't ask any more.
Yeah.
The offense kind of let us down.
You got it.
They missed some opportunities in the
That's
first half.
That's where we lost the game.
We
We lost the game in the first half. for as good as they played defensively, that's where the game was lost because they didn't score. They needed
to finish,
21 points.
Finish drives.
Yeah.
At least finish one of the drives.
Yeah. It wasn't good.
All right, got to take a break. We're going to do our best B. Mitch and JP Finley impression when we come back.
I want to do blame pie. Isn't that what they do?
We're going to do that next.
Do blame pie.
Next here on The Fan.
Monday Night Football, the Commanders look good for a half in Kansas City, but couldn't sustain it. Chiefs pull away in the second half to win it 28-7. Terry McLaurin returned, had the game-time touchdown catch in the second quarter, but then he seemed to aggravate the quad injury late in the game.
Trying to take it day by day is, just monitoring it. It's a little sore and everything. So, anytime I can just be out here fighting for the team, I'm always going to put myself out there. So, just see how the week goes and go from there.
Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game last night with a hamstring injury, and ESPN's Adam Schefter says it's possible Jaden Daniels could miss Sunday night against Seattle due to his hamstring injury. And an epic Game 3 of the World Series last night in L.A. Dodgers down the Blue Jays 6-5. Freddie Freeman walk-off homer to win it in the bottom of the 18th inning. That ties for the longest game in World Series history. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome to the B. Mitch and Finley Show. We are your special guest hosts, the Junkies. Maybe you've heard of us.
I like that
Maybe
intro
you've
song.
listened to us before at some point. If you have, thank you.
All right, my understanding is the boys they're driving here. They just landed. And they got to get their stuff.
Yeah, like traffic, travel snafus.
Whatever.
They'll be here in 45 minutes.
It's not a hard show to figure out. The Commanders lost their third straight game.
Yeah. So
phone lines are open at 1-800-636-1067. You give us your reaction. EB wanted to take one of their bits, the blame pie bit, and do that. So we might as well lead off with that.
I'm the worst at drawing a pie, but I have it right here.
Mm-hmm.
I have 40% blamed the second half defense. I don't know if that's 40%.
All right.
It's
you
not
actually
a circle.
drew it. I'm impressed.
Yeah. A 40% for the second half offense, which scored 0
It's
points.
very generic.
0.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And then 20% goes to Debo Samuel. Because of his
So
horrendous
40-20?
his horrendous drop early that completely shifted the early momentum.
That was
40-20.
That was definitely big.
It was big.
And he had 3 catches on that, well, maybe not on that first drive, but in the first couple of drives. And then he was just invisible
His
the
new
rest of the game.
nickname when he plays like that, Dudbo Samuel. Dudbo Samuel last night in Kansas City.
All right, mine is a little bit more generic, and it's just because I really think the entire game was lost by halftime because you can't expect the defense to do more than what they did. And so I blame 75% of this game on the offense as a whole for failing to capitalize on their first 3 drives. Cliff was in his bag. They were cooking. And then Debo, the catastrophic tipped ball drop that led to a turnover. But then they get 2. I would have bet $1 million that Pat Mahomes wasn't going to throw 2 interceptions in the first half, especially against us. And so we have 3 straight drives where we could score 21 unanswered points, and we came out with 0.
Yeah.
That's where the game was lost right there. I knew it at halftime. It was cooked. And then I'll just give 25% just to Bobby Wagner just because
I got to pick.
I just blame
6
him.
rated on
Every time I
PFF.
see something bad happen, he's in the vicinity.
He's your guy. He's the guy you assign
So
blame to.
75% on the offense for not capitalizing and giving me 0 points when we needed 21, where we could have stolen the game. We could have shocked the world. And then second half was just inevitable because the better team just dominated. And then Bobby Wagner just for being Bobby Wagner. All right.
Well, you loved Bobby Wagner last year.
I like his
you
heart.
loved him.
No, I like his heart, but he's good in about 2 foot area.
Do you want me to go, or do you want to go?
I'll go.
I see your nice little drawing.
The field was condensed to be silly.
I went 50% since they had to play Kansas City on a Monday night on the road. All right, that's I blame scheduling.
Situation.
Scheduling?
Yeah.
50% blame for scheduling?
And then the other 50% injuries.
Okay.
Okay, it's pretty rudimentary, but sure, it works.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to give us your blame pie. All
That's
right,
how much I'm thinking about the blame.
Mine's a little more specific. I've got 20% on Debo. As EB mentioned, it's just a huge play.
Mm-hmm.
Momentum killer. You're putting together a really nice drive. You're going to come away with at least a field goal, probably a touchdown the way they're moving. So 20% on him. Second drive, they're moving the ball again. I'm putting 20% on Ertz, and I agree that the referees stink. Chain gangs, we learned this at the Steelers game last year. I don't care if they're using a virtual measurement. It's still old guys just kind of eyeballing.
Yeah, we're going to use some chains out there to measure the ball. See?
That said,
what are we doing?
Has to run beyond the sticks. He has to get beyond these first downs.
He's old and can't run
I'm sorry.
beyond the sticks.
This just came
I'm
to
influenced by my guy Peyton who grilled him in the Manning cast.
I might have just had an epiphany. So they have chips in the football, right? It's supposed to help like with the goal line. Mm-hmm. What if we put chips on knees? We put chips on their knee pads.
But now you got to judge where the ball is because are they stretching the ball out?
So you have the ball, but then chips on knees, right? Because you're down when the knee is down. Then we might be able to more scientific. Because these guys cannot spot the ball.
I've been saying this for years.
So you can triangulate where the ball is based off of the
chips on the knees, and the chips on the ball. So you know where the ball is, you know where their knee is, and then we can get an exact.
I think there was a lot of scoffing at your boy Cakes when I brought this idea up like 5 or 7 years.
Chips on the knees?
I mean, not chips on the knees, but chips on the ball.
Well, they already have
and
chips
I
on the ball.
out those old.
No, but he called it before they actually put the chips on the ball.
Okay, that's fine. That
so
was
explain the chips on the knees. Where that
stitched into the uniforms.
Into the
all
knee pads?
uniforms.
So as soon as
the knee goes down, then you see where the chip on the ball is, and then you know exactly where to spot the ball. And with AI, you could do it in one millionth of a millisecond.
If they can do the stupid tennis serves, which come at like 130 miles an hour.
Yeah. So in other words, we
have a
as
giant
human
cyclops
beings,
out there.
They are incapable of spotting the ball correctly in real time.
Even though Zach Ertz moves like a glacier, they can't spot the ball correctly.
Do it. I was like, oh, they're going to the fancy replay. They got it off. I didn't realize it was still the human spot.
Of course it is.
The human spot is awful.
Humans stink.
Humans are terrible.
That said, Zach Ertz, I'm putting some blame on him. He's got to get beyond.
He's 100.
Chips in your knee pads.
What's your other 60%?
All right, I've got 10% on Cliff. I liked what he did early, but I think in the second half there really was no. I'm putting the running game a little bit on him, and I know that the Chiefs have a good rushing attack, defense. Cakes mentioned they haven't allowed a 50-yard rusher. Last week they were phenomenal.
Hey, how about you carve out 10% for your book that jigs the Commanders?
Book's about the organizational turnaround.
I think there should be a 1% in perpetuity.
There should be a carve in there.
The book, I can get into that. It's a whole other story. But 10% on DQ.
You have 110% of a blame pie.
Man, you're blaming everybody.
DQ gets some. Specifically, I did not like the punt. 28-7.
The game's over.
Okay, whatever. You just saw in the last week a team come back.
That's going to happen once every trillion years.
That doesn't mean you don't try. That's like, okay, Hail Marys only work 10% of the time. It's like not throwing a Hail Mary in the game.
The odds are you're losing this game. Might as well don't even risk getting somebody extra hurt. We're already falling apart. You got to humiliate, save face. I mean, you know.
They're already humiliated.
All right, and then that leaves 40%. Yeah. And I think you guys are all being too kind. And I did think they played better in the first half. But you gave up 432 yards of offense. I got to give it to the defense. And we talked about it. Last year's defense, with all of its flaws, was significantly better than this year's defense.
And they're
giving up
last year.
That's 372 yards per game this year. That's 27th. They're giving up 24.8 points per game. They're 21st.
JP, they played a weaker schedule last year. Throw those numbers out the window.
Teams didn't even have to pass on them because they were so good at running the ball against them last year. Yeah. Why bother passing the ball when you're grinding out almost 140 rushing yards per game against that terrible defense last year?
But I'm not talking just about passing. I'm talking about overall in yardage, significantly worse, almost 50 yards per game worse, and 2 points per game worse.
Yeah, they're bad. If you want to
fire Joe, I don't want to absolve the defense, and most of us have kind of absolved the defense, including myself.
I'm not absolving
when you gave up 432 yards.
I'm blaming Bobby Wagner for all of it. He gets all the blame.
He just put it all on Wagner.
It's Wagner.
This is the worst looking pie I've ever seen.
JP just said that if the same team ran it back against the Seahawks, they'd beat the Seahawks. And now we're blaming the defense.
When did I say that?
You said if the team played,
they have this effort.
You said if the team played like this against the Seahawks, they beat them.
I think there's a good chance. I didn't say they would beat them. I said I think they would have a good chance. Yes.
You're all over the place.
I think not all over the place. You don't listen.
Not if they get outgained 430 to 230.
EB listened.
Yeah, I think we could beat the Seahawks. I actually
playing,
noticed.
Hold on, playing like I know, playing like they did last night.
I saw a marked increase in speed and
in the first half.
Yes,
in the first half,
as they were. Yes,
yeah, not in the second half.
But he just got done crushing them.
And you're seeing a market increase from them being at lower than rock bottom because that performance against Dallas was hideous.
I understand, but I also give you credit to the Chiefs are a great team, and they kind of poop on most teams. So I think if we give if we see that kind of energy, I think we'll be in fine shape against the Seahawks. Anything can happen
for 4 quarters.
I think. Yeah, I mean,
we're just completely. We're just completely.
We're not winless.
I know, but you're completely disregarding how bad they looked in the second half.
I think Sam Darnold and JSN are going to come in and carve this team up.
I think they lost the game in the first half, not the second half. The second half was kind of inevitable. I thought the second half was going to happen the whole game. Like,
yeah, but the game was tied. The game was tied.
I know, but that's where they blew it, though. They
had opportunities, but they still had opportunities in the second half.
Yeah, but they weren't going to pick Pat Mahomes every possession.
No,
like,
but
that's
do
where
something
the game
offensively.
could have been won.
They ran for 60 yards.
Yeah, because
that's the main reason why they lost.
Failed them.
Yeah,
they couldn't run the ball.
They're not gonna run the rest of the year because teams are just gonna put all these guys in the box and force you to beat them through the air, and they can't do it.
Well,
they can't do it right now.
I mean, if Debo's going to be banged up and drop passes, and Terry's going to be in and out,
of the snaps,
and Zach Ertz is going to stretch the ball over the first down marker,
and Jalen Lane's dropping balls, and Mariota, God bless him, he's throwing these bloopers like they're in the air for an hour.
By the way, this is a complete side note. Did you guys lose your minds last night when Troy Aikman was totally caping for the Chiefs and Rashee Rice? When Rashee Rice throws the ball directly at, I can't remember the commander's helmet. Was it Quan Martin?
It was Quan Martin.
Yeah, he throws the ball directly at his helmet.
Yeah.
And Troy Aikman's like, well, I think he was just trying to hand it to the official who was behind him. Well, I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Troy Aikman?
Was he kidding a little bit?
I don't think so.
He was being serious?
I don't think he was kidding.
Oh.
I don't think Troy Aikman has the
because
capability of being funny.
Because Rashee Rice definitely threw the ball right at his helmet.
Right at him.
Yeah.
Clearly a penalty. I don't know what he was watching.
All right, let's bounce these calls. We'll give people an opportunity to chime in. Give us your blame pie. This is what I think this is kind of a specialty for B. Mitch and JP, right?
Certainly.
They know how to do this. Let's go to Daryl in DC. Daryl, what's up? Let's give us your blame pie.
What's up, Daryl?
Morning.
Good morning, Daryl.
The blame pie for me is deeper than just this game, man. It's definitely 25% to Kingsbury, 25% to Dan Quinn, and 50% to Adam Peters. I'm gonna tell you why. Just follow me real quick.
All right.
You went and got Laramie Tunsil. Your line got you to the NFC Championship. I get that Wiley was a little long in the tooth, so you wanted to get somebody else, right? So you got Tunsil. Why did you draft Connolly? Your biggest flaws right now is Quinn and Dan Quinn, because 25% goes to Kingsbury because he wrote a note before the draft to promote or advocate to get Connolly.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, Dan Quinn, why you keep trotting him out there? He's not ready. Stop putting him on the field. One of the biggest. You help the defense back with time of possession, right?
Hold on a second. Can I interject? What was the problem you had with Connerly yesterday? You think he cost them the game?
He was bad. No, he didn't cost the game by himself.
Mariota had a pretty good game. Wasn't sacked like 10 times.
I'm just saying. Mariota probably don't be in the game if we don't got Conley out there because he's the one that couldn't hold up at all against the Packers game, which initially got Jaden Daniels injured. Which
so we're going back to the Packers game.
No, hear me out, please. Just hear me out. We're here now. Mariota probably is really only in the game because obviously we know Jaden's hurt, but he played a major role in that. He's not good.
All right, next. What's the other
Connerly's responsible for.
All right, so
Jaden's hamstring.
So you don't like Adam Peters because he drafted Connolly. All right, keep going.
I'm not saying I don't like him. I'm just saying it was a bad pick.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. So we can't sustain. They know we can't pass. We can't sustain the pass protection. Now they're putting 8-9 in the box. At one point, we were top of the league and rushing the ball. Now they know we can't. They say, we're daring you. We're going to put 8-9 in the box. You can't pass.
The rushing game.
I will say
the rushing game is shot.
I wouldn't totally give up on Connerly yet. I mean, he's only played in 8 games.
I'm not saying the line played great. They gave up 3 sacks and 4 quarterback hits.
Star quarterback hurt. He's got
not
the
that bad.
Quarterback hurt initially.
All right,
so the first injury is because of Connerly.
All right, so you don't like the Connolly pick. What else?
It was a bad pick. I mean, outside
he gave 25% to the coaches, and
I don't like the safety. I don't like the. I don't
Which
like
one,
the safety.
Quan Martin? I like Reeves.
That's why I gave 25% to Dan Quinn. He keeps putting them out there. Yeah. Like just Benjamin, put Wiley or Coleman right there. It is what it is. You got to move forward right now if you want to try to salvage the season.
Well, they shook it up a little bit yesterday.
Darryl, thank you.
To be fair, they did shake it up a little bit. You had the snap count before. How many snaps did the linebackers get that typically don't get any run?
I have to go look it back up. I'll look it back up. Let's go to Mo in Largo. Mo, give us your blame pie here, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hello. Sure.
There he is.
First, I'd like to say happy birthday to JP.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then 2 points to make here, gentlemen. First, my blame pie goes to coaching all the way around, specifically Kingsbury. And JP mentioned this earlier. We're never under center. Explain to me what about our personnel makes you think that we're good enough to run our entire package from the shotgun, even in short game situations. Makes absolutely no sense to me, especially with a young quarterback that you're trying to develop. There's no better way to make the defense pause than to turn your back to where they can't see the ball. All right? And then 2, you all are speaking towards why they can't get the ball spotting situation corrected. Gentlemen, it's right in front of you. I mean, there's no better way to legitimately affect the game than the spotting of the ball, because you can influence it on every play. And if they really wanted to fix it, they would. It's by design.
Do you like my chips in the knee pads?
I mean, I'll say this, and you all have heard me say this before. We have levels of corruption in every other entity on the face of the earth.
I know. He doesn't want to answer my question. I think I solved it.
Well, I do like it. But I'm just saying, why do we hold sports in a higher regard? They're directly correlated to gambling, but we think they're above it? Come on, gentlemen. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I just think they're incompetent.
To the point of being under center, especially in short yardage situations. This is from Sumer Sports.
Mm-hmm.
Teams lining up under center have a 69.9% success rate in short yardage situations. Those in shotgun have a 61% success rate. That's a pretty significant difference.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it's something that Jaden is comfortable with. And Cliff's offense, I'd have to go back. Most of them probably have all been shotgun. Kyler's a shotgun guy.
Sure.
It's the way his offense operates. Like that's his base.
So just as
that's the way he thinks. Yeah. I mean, he's not going to completely change because fans want him to.
There was a market increase in Jordan McGee, so that was a decided thing that they decided to do. Right? We saw him on the field all the time.
So it was Luvu
58 plays.
Right. So Luvu moves to defensive end.
Yes.
And then McGee gets more run.
Yes. And then you know who got bumped out? Really, it was Von Miller. Von was only in for 16 out of 69 plays. He was in.
He's usually mid-20s.
Sometimes more. I mean,
I thought it was going to be more.
He was in for basically 25% of it.
The guy who doesn't do anything, at least that I can see, is Preston Smith, and
he played 8 plays, and everyone says he's
down
sorry.
to 8 plays. Okay,
yeah, he's sorry.
Because I feel like a week before
that's his designation. Sorry,
he's
big
sorry.
S.
Yeah. Position.
Well,
sorry.
why is he on the team?
Because they just needed some
They're
depth.
desperate. That's why
there's got to be a younger guy who can do as much.
They
as
wanted
Preston
a guy
Smith.
with some size. I remember them saying that.
I mean,
they wanted a guy with some size.
There's got to be somebody else out there.
Yeah,
who's younger with the same size.
Let's go to Jermaine at Bowie. Jermaine, blame pie. Go.
100% Joe Witt, defensive coordinator.
Right.
It is the scheme. There's no way we can continually have receivers running wide open. I mean, it's not always blown coverage. It's scheme. And why would you not double team Travis Kelce? I mean, he may.
I don't know because they got so many other weapons.
You know what? How about you single team Travis Kelce? Okay, forget the double teams. How about a single team on Travis Kelce instead of letting him have 10 yards in every direction?
And by the way,
you can't double team Kelce when you've got Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown. Those guys are so much faster than everybody else in the secondary.
Hollywood Brown was a ghost last night. He did nothing.
By the way,
so it doesn't mean he can't beat you.
Right.
The defense definitely is sorry, but we scored 7 points. I can't blame the defense. The defense created 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
If I'm doing a blame pie for that game yesterday, the offense, again, 75%. I blame the offense for not capitalizing the first 3 drives where they had an opportunity. The Chiefs are going to score.
Yeah.
They're a machine. We had 3 gifts, and we couldn't do it.
You could run a sim 1 billion times.
2
where your team scores.
Lattimore should have got the third one.
Where your team scores 7 against the Chiefs, and you're going to lose a billion times out of a billion if that's all you put up offensively.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of consider that first possession like we were moving the ball. We were in their zone. We were about ready to score.
Inside the
and we just gave it away.
Travis Kelce had season highs in catches, yards, and touchdowns
Mm-hmm.
against the Commanders yesterday.
Hit the trifecta.
No, he's tied touchdowns. His third touchdown of the year.
Well, this guy's not a household name,
Right.
but A.J. Barner sounds like he's going to have a big game against the Commanders this upcoming weekend.
No, the guy's going to have a big game. His name's Jackson Smith and Jim
I
Buck.
know he's going to have a big game.
He's going to have 14 targets, probably 9 catches for $140.
And probably at least one touchdown.
Let's go to Brandon. I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Okay.
Brandon, what's up?
Hey, am I live?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, y'all. I 100% blame Pie Johnny Cakes Allville.
All right.
This man is so rich, but he can't put $5K to win us a game.
That's true.
This man, what is that? 3 credits at Cornell? You can't help your
Now
friend
you're
out?
mixing guys.
Yeah, now you're conflating people.
Yeah. But funny though.
None of my money's gone to Cornell. Thank you very much.
I'm saying you can't make Ebony's week. You gotta sweat 5 G's.
So you really
he
think
would have
that?
guaranteed a win.
So you really think if he would have bet the Chiefs, the Commanders would
I
have
would
won?
have affected the universe.
He is the biggest mush in the DMV.
I did have some FOMO for not placing the bet, but I mean, I didn't want to sweat.
Yeah,
a
but you
5K bet.
would have been sweating hard at halftime.
Right.
I would have. You're right. 7-7.
As soon as he got scared to place that bet, I knew we were going to lose.
How much of the game did you watch just on your phone, Cakes? That's my question.
Actually, none of it.
None, because usually you go to bed and you're
Nope. Yeah, you know what? Didn't need to.
Archie Bunker chair.
I know the end of that movie. I know how that movie ends with 6.5 minutes left, down 21.
Yeah.
I'm not
Again.
holding out hope like you did that the they're gonna have a Broncos
All right.
comeback.
The defense sucks, but to me, the offense got the L yesterday. They scored 7, and they blew an opportunity to put 21 up in the first half.
Look, the reason they're 3-5 last year, they had, pretty elite offense. Right now, their offense in yards is 16th in the NFL and points is 17th. Their defense 27th in yards, 21st in points.
All right, I believe B. Mitch and Finley have made it through the traffic and travel nightmares.
Blame Pie 100% on the planes.
Yes, exactly. It's a terrible Tuesday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. More of B. Mitch and Finley when we come back.
An ugly night, Monday Night Football for the Commanders in Kansas City. Yes, Terry McLaurin returned. Yes, he had a touchdown catch, but after a 7-all tie at halftime, McLaurin and the Commanders just couldn't hang on. Kansas City opened things up in the second half, wins at 28-7.
It's just great to be out here with my teammates, honestly. Just try to bring who I am to this team as a player and my leadership as well. And it was just a tale of two halves.
McLaurin did aggravate the quad injury, said afterwards, though, he felt pretty good. Laramie Tunsil, though, left the game with a hamstring injury, 3-5. The Commanders' playoff chances now 8%, according to NFL.com. What a Game 3 of the World Series last night. Ended nearly at 3 a.m. Freddie Freeman walk-off homer in the 18th inning. Dodgers down the Blue Jays 6-5. They're up 2-1 in the series. Hockey tonight, Caps in Dallas, 8:30 on the Fan. Wizards home to face Philly, 7 p.m. tonight on the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side. What up, everybody? It is 10:30 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Shout out to an unnamed airline for delaying me and B, but we're here. We're back. We're better than ever. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm tired.
What do you make of last night?
They showed what they could be capable of in the first half, and then they just ran out of steam. And I think offensively, you have to get points in those situations. The defense gave you opportunities, and offense couldn't get it done down the stretch. And then in the second half, you saw the defense got worn out. And if you see most teams, when you play against a Pat Mahomes-led team, if you don't score early and you let them hang around, they will come get you. Offense still didn't do that in the second half. You know what I'm saying? But I think Terry has some unbelievable catches in the game. He ended up leaving out the game. When you had asked me where he was, he came right after. He came running out the field after. Yeah.
I saw him. And I talked to him in the locker room afterwards, and he was honest about the injury. He's like, yeah, we'll have to see. He's like, I'm not going to get – he used a very interesting word. He said, I'm not going to give it any specificity. Yeah. And he said he felt optimistic. I think on that crazy sideline catch that he stuck his right knee down to be inbounds, he landed right on the leg he hurt. And I think at best, it just hurt like hell. Yeah. At worst, it could have re-injured, recomplicated something. I'm sure DQ will give a non-update today. I think Patrick Mahomes said something in postgame that I thought is both really encouraging and really discouraging at the same time. And Pat said the Commanders' defense had more energy than we did. Their defense versus our offense. We had to match their energy and execute at a higher level, and we were able to do that in the second half.
Well, I think that basically listen, man, we say this stuff and we joke about it when we said team is looking past another team. They came out there thinking like, oh, they're not going to bring much energy. You've heard DQ talk about the energy they have to bring. But in that first half, Washington was working, okay? And Pat them wasn't really having much success. But then all of a sudden in the second half, they made some adjustments, and I believe the defense got tired.
Yeah, I mean, the time of possession was pretty one-sided, 34 minutes, 26 minutes.
Mahomes was so excellent in the second half of that game. It's like, last night is like a true. The glass has 50% of water in it, and you can view that glass however the hell you want.
Yeah,
and I think when it's a 50% full glass of water, and it results in your third straight loss, it's hard to view it as anything but half empty.
It's hard to view that, but I think everyone has to be truthful to themselves. I think media has to be truthful to themselves. Fans have to be truthful to themselves. This team hasn't played a full game with all its starters yet. And this is not no excuse. I know people try to act like you're making excuses. They have lost so many people in key positions over these games. To be honest with you, it's very hard to win when you're losing people. The tackling was better. Okay, that's something they can improve upon, tackling. Like from the first game where I complained about it and other people complained about it. They can improve upon tackling, but you can't just make bodies show up. And I think what's happening now is they're finding out you don't have your true group of people that's supposed to be out there. You're not competing very high. Now, when they went out in the first half, they were doing some things. They were competing. But the game isn't 2 quarters. The game is 4 quarters. And until they can play a whole 4 quarters, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, to get 2 interceptions. Start on the first drive. Luke gives them a really good return.
Yeah.
They start in advantageous field position. They go 9 plays, 39 yards, pick up 3 first downs. They converted third downs on that opening drive. You're like, wow, this is exactly what you need to see. Mm-hmm. I thought it was really smart how they mixed in Mariota's legs throughout that game. I thought that had a ton of value for them, especially early on. Mariota was on the move, on the run. And I call it what you want. My guess is Debo just started to look upfield because he wanted to try to make a big play. And the ball comes off his hands, bounces right to a Kansas City. It just, that to me kind of encapsulates Washington's season thus far. That the ball, literally bounces off an all-pro caliber player. A guy that I think even the most skeptical fans would agree through the first half of the season was probably their offensive MVP. Bounced right off him. Now that bounce, it's an oblong-shaped piece of leather that they are hard to determine which way that's going to bounce, and it bounces right to a Chiefs defender. Yeah. And that's just damn. And it's not to say Debo didn't make a mistake. He certainly did. But the odds of that occurring are so astronomical, and then it occurs just that way. You get no points on that drive. And then to get back-to-back picks on the greatest quarterback of his generation, and to not get points on both those drives.
When they went away with no points on those drives, I was like, this is not looking good. Because at that point, you're saying if you score on that drive with the ball bounced off of Debo, that's 7. Get an interception off of Pat. Go down and you get 7, you get 3. You should at least have 17 points in those 3 drives they had. But you leave with 0. And Pat hasn't even started cooking yet.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that I think if you're having some reality, other people are completely losing their mind because that's how people are. That's how fans are. The fanatical aspect. I'm sitting there with Tanner, and we both watched a lot of football. We both played a lot of football. Come back to haunt you. And it definitely came back to haunt you.
B, I didn't play football at the level you did, even close to it. I knew it was going to haunt him, especially against a team like that.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword because I liked DQ's aggression. Both of the interception drives ended turning it over on downs. They went for it on 4th down, didn't get it. The first one, you look at that, I think they got screwed. I think Ertz converted that. And
Ertz was crossed the line. The lady took the ball. She was standing on the right side of that line. And as she ran in, she was doing this.
Just drifted down.
And I'm surprised they didn't. If they got somebody upstairs telling them when to challenge, they should have challenged the spot.
Right. So you get the replay assist measurement, right? And they determined he was short of the line to gain. But the computer is only measuring what the line to gain is and where the ball is. You could challenge the spot of the ball.
The spot was off, just like when McNichols got the first down.
And it was like 4 inches.
It was obvious McNichols had the first down. And when you saw the spot, you saw when he slammed in and he goes down. When his knee touched the ball, you can see the ball was way above the line. How do you walk in and put it a foot short? I mean, a damn near yard short. It's just like sometimes, and then you look at all the calls last night. Those 2 spots, Terry's 2
touchdown and his catch on the side.
It's like, dude, what the hell are y'all looking at? You know, and I made many comments last night saying, everybody, where my players better look at them damn zebras, see what the hell they doing.
So for me, it's 4th and 6 at the Chiefs 40. You're not kicking there. One,
and then they just signed the kicker. You don't know what he's really capable
You just stole a possession by getting a pick off Pat Mahomes, right? So I'm cool with being aggressive because you know you're going to need points in this game against this team. The kicker just got to town. Plus, that's a 56-yarder. And you and I were there. It was like misty, wet. Like, I don't know that they're rolling out for a 56-yarder, even if it's gay. But I understand you just signed this dude at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Go for it. I like the call. I think Ertz got screwed. I thought that was a first down, period. Now, you get another Mahomes interception, which is just unheard of almost. You drive. It's another good drive, right? 4th and 1. I like the call to go for this. Now, in that range, you easily could have kicked because you were at the 28 at that point. Maybe it was even higher than that. But you're at the 28. That's what, a 45-yarder. Like if you're signing this dude, you've got to believe he can make a 45-yarder. But I'm good with that decision. You're going to need points. Everybody understands that. 4th and 1, and I can't help. I think it's important to note before I say this. It's Mariota playing. It's not Jaden playing. I understand the aversion to the sneak with Jaden. He's not the biggest, strongest, most powerful runner. He's a great runner, but like inside power is not Jaden's game, right?
Yeah.
Marcus, it is. Marcus is a freaking unit. That is a big, strong dude. You've been running the ball pretty well on this team. They line up in shotgun and take the shot to Terry down the left side. I just get the first down. Just line up under center and push forward. Like you did not need much there.
Some of the calls were a little questionable in my book. I just feel like when
Marcus is 6'4", 230.
Yeah, but whether he could be Jaden, it's 1 yard. And I think this mindset has to be implemented. When it's 4th down and 1, the 5 guys you have up front, plus Bates, you should never, ever shy away from taking a snap, handing it to somebody, let them run downhill. Even if they don't get much movement, a running back should be savvy enough to hit a gap and slide in there and get that 1. But we do so much stuff in the backfield, and I watched it closely yesterday. When that ball gets snapped and we do those slow motion type reads and stuff, all you're allowing is more penetration from the defensive line. And even the O-line blocks in a way where they don't fire off like normally on a play when I'm just trying to knock your ass off the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean? They kind of hesitate, and that works, I think, against us a lot of times.
We have a ton to discuss. Eventually, we're going to open these phone lines up. We're going to hear from Dana Hughes, Kansas City Chiefs radio analyst, as well as Logan Paulson. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley just getting warmed up.